Check 1, 2. Nice and loud. Check 1, 2. Turn it down. Yeah, up a little. Up. Well, this one's really low. The other one's turned up too high. Check 1, 2. Yeah, but the music.
It was changing. It was changing.
The other one's what's the difference between the other two? Some of them are too high. They sound the same. Turn that one down. Okay, I think we're ready to go.
That's my opinion. I'm with Bruce on that.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to start the meeting.
It's not 7.
Starting the meeting a little early because we have a public hearing. It's going to start at 7 o'clock. So I'm going to have Danielle read the roll.
Tim Doherty,
I am here.
Jim Bergeron. Here. Roger Montbleu. Not here.
Here yet.
Danielle Massey Quinn, here. Joe Passamonte.
Yeah.
Bruce Belapka.
Yeah.
Kevin Cody.
Here.
Jay Bergeron.
Here.
Patty Colbert. Not here. Hal Lyde. Not here. Samuel Thomas is not present. John Spottiswoode.
Here.
Scott Sartell.
Here.
Jen Beauregard.
Here.
And Jennifer Castles. Not here.
She's not coming.
Okay.
Yep. So when we're talking into the mics tonight, try to be clear because Jen's not here. So if we make motions and votes, the motions in second, we should say who they're being made by so she'll know. All right, let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. And do we have a flag?
Back there.
Okay, it's in the back, flag's in the back of the room. We're going to rise for Pledge of Allegiance, face the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And
to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, so we have 2 items that are in continuance, and one of them is going to need an abutters list read into the record, and the other one is old business.
Can't hear you, Tim.
Okay, we have two items that are going to be continued, so if there's anybody here for, falls under Meisner Brennan is the engineer, and it's Cedar Crest Development LLC. It's Eleanor Burton Revocable Trust, 243 Sherburne Road. That has been asked to, requested a continuance to December 19th, 2022. Does the board have any objections to continuing that to that date? Hearing no response, we're going to continue that to December 19th. So if you're here for that case, we will not be here on that tonight. Now, under new business, we also have a continuance. Danielle, could you read the abutters list on that?
Sure. We have Arthur and Ellen Cooper, 25 Leonard Drive. Derek and Erin Crawford, 23 Leonard Drive. Stephen and Cheryl David, 21 Leonard Drive. I have to go back and forth between the names and addresses, so excuse me. Jonathan and Katie Boswell, 19 Leonard Drive. Heather Peters, 28 Leonard Drive. James David Karen, 30 Leonard Drive. Michael Taylor, 32 Leonard Drive. Ronald Drew, 34 Leonard Drive. Mark Coughlin, 20 Shagnon Lane. Jennifer Hovey, 27 Shagnon Lane. And Ellen and Frank Riley at 25 Shagnon Lane, and that is it.
Okay, thank you. So that plan is PL 2022-00034. That's Michelle Taylor, and they've date specified, or asked to be date specified to 12/19 meeting. Is there any objection from board members? If not, we'll date specified to that. All right, so that's when we're going to be here in that meeting. If you're here tonight for that meeting, that will not be heard tonight. For the record, Roger is here. And it's 7 o'clock, so I want to open the public hearing. And so this is a public hearing. I will be announcing when members of the public may come forward to address the proposed zoning amendments. And all questions should be spoken clearly into the microphone as you've asked myself to speak louder into the mic. We're going to ask you the same thing, and we're going to ask you to start with your name and address. And I've been told and made aware, though I don't social media anything at all myself, that there's been a lot of misrepresentations and things going around social media. So we're going to reserve the public hearing for questions and answers. And if you want to make accusations and things of that nature, save that for the social media, because the First Amendment is still available to everybody. So go for it. Knock yourselves out and say whatever you have to. But tonight, ask the questions that you need the answers to, and don't make accusations that you don't know aren't true. So we would really, really like this to go in a way that people will get answers that they need. All right, that being said, we have had this posted, and we can do it one of two ways. We can read everything into the record, or we can take it one section at a time and continue just going back and forth with the public. This is your opportunity to tell us what you would like to see changes to these zoning proposals. Right? And that's why it's posted, and that's why we invite you here, so that we can get public input, so that we know what to do best for the town. I'm going to read number 1 here, which is to amend the Pelham zoning Article 3, Section 30713, additional lot size and street access requirements. This was posted. It says to remove wetland allowance of conservation district setbacks to be counted in the computation of continuous non-wetlands when meeting the minimum lot size area requirements of Section 30712 for single-family, two-family, and workforce housing parent lots. And flipping the page, we're going to go with just this one for now. We have a section of zoning 30713, which has been in existence for quite some time, and it's been amended over the years. And it was suggested that we change number 7 of that, number 2 to 4. So presently it reads, land areas wherein ledge and bedrock are not covered with a minimum of at least 2 feet of pre-existing naturally occurring non-wetland soils. And the suggestion was to change that to 4, so 4 feet. And then further down, the number 2 would be changed to 4 again. So it says this, it used to say this 2 foot, and its suggested change was this 4 foot requirement is intended to minimize erosion and landslides by absorbing and slowing runoff. So it's to change those words 2 to 4, and then also add a number 8, which says wetland conservation district setback areas. So in the first paragraph, A, under lot size requirements, right now, it says every new workforce housing parent lot in the residential district shall contain 217,000 square feet of non-wetlands. WCD wetland areas may be counted in the computation of the 35,000, 55,000, and 217,800 square foot requirements. The suggestion was to strike that and instead add at the end a number 8, which is wetland conservation district areas. What I'd like to do is open this one section here to the public and have anybody that wants to come forward and talk about just this one section right now, so that we're not jumping around, and that way we're getting input from the public that we need for each individual section. And this was listed first, so that's the first one we're going to take. So would anybody like to come forward and talk about that 307-13? Come forward, state your name and your address.
Absolutely. Over here, here.
Take your pick.
right.
As long as there's a microphone there so we can hear you.
Great.
And the procedure is state your name and address, and then when you make a statement or ask questions, address them to myself. I'll restate them if I can hear them clearly, or if I can't, I'll ask you to restate them. And then board members can respond.
Fabulous. Thank you.
Or ask you follow-up questions.
Absolutely. Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me okay?
I can hear you, yes?
Great.
Thank you.
My name is Amy Spencer. I live at 27 and 25 Honor Roll Road here in Pelham. And I have one just clarifying question on this first proposal. I believe it's pretty clear, but, you know, there's language and then there's language, right? So I just want to make sure that this first proposal applies only prospectively to...
It's for what?
I'm sorry?
It applies to only what?
It prospectively, the language here in A, lot size requirements, for example, says, in addition to meeting the minimum lot size area requirements of section 30712 of the Pelham zoning ordinance, every new single-family lot approved by the planning board, then in bold, after the effective date of this amendment,
Correct.
shall contain, and then so forth and so on. So by after the effective date of this amendment, that means that these changes, the 2 to 4, the striking of that language and the adding of the additional language in 8 would not apply to single-family lots that have existing dwellings on them. Is that right?
Right, this is for subdivision of land, so a new development, when it comes in front of the planning board to be subdivided, they meet requirements of lot size, area, frontage setbacks, and these are additional requirements that have been on the books for many years, and it does not affect in any way anything that's ever, been done in the town in the past.
Or presently existing?
Yeah, any existing lots not affected by this at all.
Great.
If you need a clarification as to why that was potentially there with the Wetland Conservation District area, is in a new subdivision looking forward, if you have a wetland and it's supposed to be continuous land in those calculations, those computations. So when a wetland is basically squeezing it down and bottlenecking like hourglass, and we'll call a piece of land, then you don't necessarily have a continuous piece of land at which you can get the septic load.
Yep.
And that's why that proposed change was made, and it will not affect anything you presently have.
Existing
Existing, yeah.
structures. That was my question on this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming forward. Would anybody else like to come forward on 30713? Make a comment? Have any concerns about it? Here, Joe, do you have anything on 30713?
I do, if I can just speak for a second.
Sure, absolutely, Joe.
Trying to get a full understanding. I know.
We know who you are, but for the record, nobody else is going to know you, so...
Good evening, my name's Joe Maynard. I'm from Benchmark LLC. I own a small civil engineering company that does a lot of work in the town. So I just want to get an understanding. So when I read this first section, so when we do a development and we do single-family house lots or duplex lots, the way it's written now, we include the area that's in the WCD in our 35,000 or 55,000 calculation, correct? And what this is saying to me is that we're no longer allowed to count that area when creating new lots.
The Wetland Conservation District setback area, correct?
Anything in the WCD previously was counted towards that. Now, after this, it's not going to be counted towards it, correct?
Correct. That's the way this is proposed, Joe.
All right, and so I'm just trying to understand the reasoning for this. I do a lot of work in town. I have 2 or 3 projects that I've been working on for some people. They're not ready to pull the trigger and come in for planning yet, but this is going to have their development potential of their property.
Okay.
So, I wanted to clarify, is there a reason that you're changing directions from something that, I like Pelham zoning, and it's not easy zoning, so to say. you have other rules that are in your lot sizing criteria that make your lots larger than they typically would be, such as your well radius needing to be outside of your building setbacks. That increases our lot size dramatically. The state will let you overlap up to 5 feet over a lot line, and if it was to be a well release form, or if it was in an area that was precluded from development, such as a WCD area or a wetland, the state would let you overlap a well radius into those areas too. But Pelham's ordinance is very specific. It has to be outside of your building setback lines. Your 100 by 150 building box, huge requirement for a building area. So I'm just trying to understand what brought about the thinking to exclude these areas from lot sizing. So just so I understand and I can explain it to clients.
Okay. So is it 8, that WCD Conservation District part of it, but you're not concerned on the 2 foot to 4 foot?
Well, I am concerned a little bit about 2 to 4 feet because I don't see a soil erosion issue whether it's 2 feet or 4 feet of soil. I don't understand where that comes from either. Typically, Pelham, when we put a septic system in, your Board of Health rules require that our test pits are at least 4 feet. So the septic areas or our 4K areas need to meet the 4 feet. But from a state standpoint, 2 feet is a pretty standard amount of soil to do a subdivision anywhere else in the state except for Pelham. So,
Okay.
and again, a lot of the other towns we work in, they have soil-based lot sizing. Pelham doesn't have a soil-based lot sizing, but you have other means in your zoning that create larger lot areas and larger sizes. So I guess I do have a concern about a requirement that you have to 4 feet of soil across the site. I'm not so worried about an erosion issue in the 2 foot soil, but these are some of my concerns on those couple of things. So.
All right. I'm not sure, Joe, that I can definitively answer your question as to what brought that on. Could you rephrase the
All right, so
the
there's
first
two
part of the
parts here,
question?
I guess. So the first part is, why are you all of a sudden having people exclude the area that's in the WCD from their 35,000 or their 55,000 or their 217, is that what it is, 1,000 square foot requirement? Pelham has seen a large amount of growth over the past 15, 20 years. There are still some decent-sized tracts of land that this will dramatically affect the development potential of those properties. And these are people that have been in town for years, and this is their retirement, so to say, is the land for some sort of future subdivision of their property. So I guess from my standpoint, I'm trying to understand why you're changing it to exclude those soil areas that are in the WCD when you have other provisions in your zoning that deal with the buildable area, so to say, of the lot.
All right, I think I got it now, Joe. From what I gathered from some of the previous discussions that the board had had, I had tried to point out earlier that I believe the reason that that particular part was suggested was because of like a bottlenecking of property. So if there was a wetland in there and it was breaking completely across, obviously you don't have a continuous 35,000, 55,000, and 217,000. So by taking away that WCD part of it, it made sure and guaranteed that that was a continuous track. So I guess what you're saying is you really don't need to do that to maintain the continuous.
No, and I get you. If this said to me that it had to be a contiguous 35,000 square feet outside of the wetlands, the wetlands itself, not the conservation overlay district, I'd understand that reasoning. But the soils that are in the WCD towards that 35 or 55,000 square feet, I don't understand why you're excluding those from it.
Does everybody understand what Joe's saying, that he doesn't, as an engineer point of view, he doesn't think that that would make that land not it would still be continuous if we didn't strike that out. Does anybody have any counter thoughts on that, or do we like what Joe is saying, or?
Would you say that again, please?
Right now, Joe is saying that we don't need to strike that language out on the WCD and add the number 8, because the way it's worded now is we would still have, from an engineer's point of view, we would still have the continuous amounts of square footage that the zoning wants us to have. They want us to have the 35,000, 55,000, and 217. And at one point, the board was concerned about that, and from an engineer's point of view, Joe is saying that we don't need to be concerned about that, that it is valid the way it is presently worded, and that we don't need to make this change, is what Joe was saying. I know in past years we've had subcommittees, and Joe has been asked to attend and be on the subcommittees. And the last 2 years, the board didn't have subcommittees, so Joe didn't have the input until tonight, and his input has always been valuable to this board in the past. So I think it weighs heavily on me, myself, but I don't know what your other members are thinking.
Mr. Chairman, you're saying you think it weighs heavily on you as far as that you agree with what Joe is saying?
Now that I've heard...
Yeah,
right,
me
from
too. That's what
Joe,
I agree
from an
with you.
engineer, right, that I rely on heavily in the past on
Yeah.
zoning. I feel that we probably don't need to make this change to this section of zoning, but I'd like to hear what other members feel.
Well,
Your thought?
I feel, the way Joe's explaining it, it seems like it's more onerous on people that have properties that
Right.
still have contiguous 35,000 square feet without penalizing them for,
Right, and Joe's saying that it works the way it is right now, just fine. It basically is what you're saying, Joe.
I am, from the residential standpoint, whether it's single or duplex, I think the other provisions you have in the zoning are what really govern the building area side of things. Like, I read this and I think to myself, they're putting this in there because of the building area that they're getting on properties. But then your ordinance has those other provisions I talked about, the 100 by 150 box, the 75 or 100-foot well radius staying outside of your building setbacks. Those things drive pretty much the size of the lot. And the area within the WCD, I think, should be counted towards this instead of not allowing that as part of it. So.
Jim?
Joe, I think part of the reason for the consideration of not including the WCD district in the calculation of the 35,000 non-contiguous, in the upland soil for the minimum lot size calculation, had to do with comparisons we made with other towns and recommendations from our Conservation Commission. On the average in New Hampshire, the average lot in New Hampshire breaks out to 2.06 acres throughout the state. Pelham is a very liberal town. We only require 1 acre minimum, 45,000, of which we only need 35,000 feet.
Jim, could you pull the mic in front of you?
Yeah, I'm going to have to go into the weeds with him a little bit, but he's good with that. So if you take 2 lots of land and one were perfectly dry at 45,000 square feet, the minimum requirement, that would have 45,000 feet of upland soil. If you took a lot with let's just use mathematics to kind of apply here. If you had a delineated wetland along the edge of the lot, 50 feet of that would not be calculatable as out of the upland. So that lot would have to increase by 8,750 feet, depending on how you...
Depending on the size of the
Yeah,
wetland
I
and
know,
what's
it's all
outside
going
of
to
it.
depend on that. So in other towns require 75-foot and 100-foot WCD setbacks.
The average across the areas that I work is roughly a 50-foot WCD. There are towns that do have 100, there are towns that do have 75.
And there
But-
are some with less.
Yeah.
So I had another point to make about that. It was in fairness to the people who had high and dry upland lots that were developing. They they still have to maintain that 1 acre, but on that lot that would have delineated wetlands, the WCD district, the intent of that district was to be a no cut, a no.
No disturb, yeah.
You know, it's an area that is, because it's upland to a wetland, it's sensitive to things like phosphorus and nitrates that could run off and migrate into the wetlands. And so it was it's protectionary language for those areas of land that are sensitive, that have wetlands near them or, you know, within them. And that's where it came from. The Conservation Commission has been asking for a 100-foot setback. I think that's a big setback. There are other towns with 100 feet, there are towns with 75 feet, there are towns with 50. I don't know what the average is, and you brought up a real good point.
it's
But I do
more-
know the average, just let me finish, if you do know that the average acreage in Pelham, for a town that has no closed water or sewer systems other than the Pennachuck water system, and when we do use Pennachuck, you're backed off on your well radii calculation. So I guess this board felt that this is fair in order to protect the WCD. I know that the Conservation Commission is of that mind.
Yeah, and I have to say, I just finished last year a subdivision in town here that's down near Beaver Brook, and it's all perfect soils. And even though the perfect soils that are on the property in your 1 acre minimum, my lots are over an acre mostly because that 75-foot well radius, staying outside of my 15-foot side setbacks or my 30-foot front setback, increased the lot size even greater than the 1 acre minimum that's allowed. If there was a WCD in the well, overlap that or something, then maybe the lot could stay at roughly that if they met the 35,000 square feet out of the wetlands. But like I said, I think this is going to be it's going to decimate some of the people that have sat on land for years here in town, never, waiting for their time to develop it or sell it to whatever. It's really going to impact that. My concern about wetland buffers, there's a whole line of school about different buffers to wetlands based upon the value or the functional value of the wetland. And I could see an ordinance for that, and I would understand that 100%. But from a lot sizing perspective, I don't think this helps the way your ordinance is written today. If something like the well radius didn't have to stay outside of setbacks, now I could say, okay, that's not going to affect it as much because I don't have to worry about making lots extra wide just to be able to meet that setback outside of it. But the way it's written, it's going to decimate some people's development potential of their properties. So.
Some things are, like you said, better in subdivision regulations as well, as opposed to zoning.
They can be waived, if it's a
Right.
subdivision regulation, so if you come in with a reasonable reason for something or some
Right.
scientific fact for why you're asking for the waiver, then it would be a lot easier than if it was in zoning.
Yep. Anything else, Jim?
No, so your recommendation from an engineering standpoint to give, would be to remove, do you have a copy in front of you?
I don't, I just brought it on my phone, a legal notice, so that's what I'm reading off of here on my,
Do you have any extras?
Yep.
Jen?
oh, there, here.
If you grab one, I'd like to. So, Mr. Maynard, this would come in, well, you know where it is. You're familiar with our zoning, 307-13.
Yep, 30712.
So it's the areas calculatable for minimum lot size requirements.
Yep,
Should be the next
So-
page.
We were striking the language out of the lot size requirement. We're striking WCD, and we were going to add it into the non-inclusive areas and put it at line item 8. Do you see that?
wetland cons, yeah, I see that.
So your recommendation is what?
I don't agree with it. I think
not do it.
should be out of the
Recommendation
ordinance.
is don't do that.
Which one? Both?
Both?
Correct. Correct, yeah. Right.
I have no problem if the area is not contiguous, say, for some reason it's fragmented by a stream or
Are you-
runoff, but
Are you aware of the other changes that are proposed tonight that,
We're discussing 30713.
one
Mr.
overlaps another.
For sake of argument, just discussion right now is on 30713.
Okay.
I'm not looking to bounce around. I want to get specific on and get recommendations into the board for specifics. All right. Does anybody else have any input for Mr. Maynard on this? Joe, can you stay seated at that chair for a moment while I ask the public? Is there anybody else from the public that would like to speak on 30713? If not, I want to move on to the next section. And Joe, I would like your input on it when we move on to it. So I am going to move to the next section that has been advertised. And that is to amend Pelham zoning article 7, section 307-41, special provisions to increase residential and commercial septic leach field setbacks from wetland conservation district areas from 25 to 50 feet, from poorly drained soils, and from 50 to 75 feet from very poorly drained soils. These changes are consistent with the New Hampshire Code of Administrative Rules, and it was just prior to this meeting occurring, it was brought to my attention that if in 30741, the words conservation district were struck from that. So if all the board members go to 30741, and if you look at A, it says residential and commercial septic leach fields must be set back from wetland conservation district areas. It's not consistent. It's not really even right. Joe, should that be more, just say from wetlands?
From the wetlands, yeah, so
And
the way...
strike conservation district and then change it to 50 and 75?
Well, when you say wetland conservation district, to me, that means the WCD. So
Right.
am I supposed to be 25 feet or 50?
That was not the intent of this board.
I think the intent is really just to make the setbacks consistent with the state's
Yes.
administrative rules, and that is 50 feet from a hydric tree or a poorly drained soil and 75 feet
Right.
from a very poorly drained soil. That's a given. It would bring your zoning in touch with what the state already has in their regulations, and they've had now for the past, I bet that's been in the regs 40-plus years, maybe 50 years.
Right.
So,
In order for this to make more sense, the words conservation district should also be struck from
Yes.
the zoning.
yep. Yeah, because to me, that's the actual limits of that 50-foot setback.
Okay. All right, thank you, Joe. Do you see anything else on that would be
Not on that one.
problematic?
Nope.
All right, I don't want to move on to other sections. Are you able?
Mr. Chairman, before you move on, I want to be clear on that. I'm trying to make
Yeah.
revisions here.
Oh, I'm going to bring other members of the public into it as well, so I'm not going to move on from this section. I'm going to stay in 30741 for a little while. I just want to make sure that if Joe doesn't have any other input on that, when you walk away, are you leaving the building or can you stay?
No, I'm staying for a bit, so,
Thank you.
yeah.
All right. So, keeping this open to the public, under just section 30741, which is special provisions, we're trying to clarify and bring us into basically with what the state does. And when we were looking at it and changing 25 to 50 and changing 50 to 75 as proposed and advertised, it wasn't thought about at the time that the words conservation district should also be struck from our zoning so that it should say residential and commercial septic leach fields must be set back from wetlands, so change the word wetland to wetlands. Oh, no, wetland, you leave it wetland areas, because areas is plural, the following districts. So does the general public understand what we just talked about with the engineer and what we're contemplating now doing removing the words Conservation District from the zoning under section 30741 and changing that struck 25 to 50 and the struck 50 to 75. Would you like to come forward? Joe, could you just scoot to the next table? So that,
It's fine, I can go there.
oh, okay, you're going to go that one? All right.
Don't need to move that.
Yeah, that way you're social distancing. Thank you.
No, it's
Um,
fun.
For the record,
Get
could
up.
you reintroduce yourself?
Sure. I was here moments ago. My name is Amy Spencer. Again, I still live at 27 and 25 Honor Roll Road here in Pelham. I do understand the suggestion, and I agree with it. I think it's a good one. I just want to make sure for the general public, more than anything, that really this doesn't, changing the 25 to 50 and the 50 to 75 after this gentleman's suggestion has been incorporated, really doesn't change the requirements, right? Because when we do anything like this in town, we have to comply with the state requirements anyway, right?
Yeah, and we have been. It's just that
Exactly,
the zoning
so-
wasn't reflecting it.
Okay, so that's the question that I had, really. I just wanted to make it clear, both for me, but also for the general public, that this particular 30741 doesn't actually change anything in practice.
No, but as we find mistakes in our zoning, we try to
course.
address them when the time comes that we can make zoning changes.
Of course, as we should, but just in terms of the effect. You know, some things actually change something, as the previous one might have in people's daily lives or in their reliance interest, and some things don't. And when something doesn't change how something is actually done,
Right.
it can be helpful for the public to understand that nothing would actually
Right,
change.
and that's one of the reasons why, when this goes on the ballots, what we would like to see done, if these things go on the ballot, that they're not one question, so that, like, something like that, making this type of a change doesn't get affected by something like the draft solar ordinance or the watershed ordinance or something like that, so that people can, you know, yes, this one, no, that one, you know, vote the way you want to vote, but not leave something in zoning that shouldn't be there.
I actually agree with that completely, especially with the very different character of each of these. I think, from my perspective at least, it would be a big mistake to not separate these out, each one individually for an up or down with a description as you described, so.
Okay.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak on 307-41? Any members of the board have any more comments on 307-41 before I move on to the next section? Kevin?
You want a motion to change that? Do we need that? We're striking out Conservation District?
If you would like to do that now, we can do that now. And then that way, if there's no further input from the public, then this would stay the way it is, and it would be re-talked about probably at the next public hearing, but you can make that motion now if you'd like.
I'll make that motion to strike out the words Conservation District and the two sentences in A and in B.
Second.
That motion is made by Kevin
Kevin.
Cody, and the second was Bruce, okay? And we have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I am also aye, opposed. Oh, we have
I'm
one.
sorry, to clarification with Jennifer not here, I don't think you want to remove Wetland Conservation District from B. Did you just say?
The words Conservation District, right?
Right, but
In A.
But if you read B, it's no building or structure may be located within a Wetland Conservation District. That's a true statement. I think we want to leave that there.
Oh, wait, is that what?
Was that your motion? I thought you were just the one
A and B.
I
crossed out
said
that
A and B. I thought we were talking about A and B.
Oh, no, I was just an A when I said Conservation District was just pertaining to A, because that's the only change was made
I'll amend my motion just to A.
under A.
And I'll second.
Okay. Jen, thank you for hearing that, because I did not catch that he had said A and B. So all those in favor of striking Conservation District in just A, say aye.
Aye.
I am also aye. Opposed? Abstain? All right, so this is 7-0-0 vote.
Mr. Chair, going back to 30713, are we not striking out that sentence?
We have not had a motion of any sort on that. All we had was input from the public and some of the members of the board. If you would like to revisit 30713, we can. And if it were myself, I don't make motions, but I would entertain a motion that we do not amend section 30713. But you members need to make motions and seconds. That's not the purview.
Just to be clear, basically, whether we strike it or not, doesn't really matter.
What was that?
Whether we strike that sentence or not, it doesn't really matter.
It apparently does matter to large parent parcels moving forward, that, handling it in subdivision regulations would be a better way, getting the building areas more refined as opposed to trying to worry about a bottleneck in our zoning, because as the engineer pointed out, that could potentially take large parcels of land and make them so that they would be almost halved in size of the amount of lots that would be on them. And I don't believe that was the intention of the board to do that. But the board has to speak as a board. Somebody would have to make a motion. Right now, there's no motions on that at all.
No, there was no discussion on it either, between the board.
Well, I asked if anybody had any further things to say.
Are we going to go back to this, or do you want to address this now as a board, or move forward?
Mr. Chairman, you're stating that you're looking for a motion on number 1?
I am saying if I was able to make a motion, which I cannot, because I'm the chair,
Right.
but if I were going to make a motion on 30713, my motion would be to leave the zoning as it is and scrap that from going forward. But that's just me.
The whole, because we
There are
had,
6 other members here. Go ahead, Kevin.
didn't we strike out and change from 2 to 4 and also in number 7?
You could make a motion that you want
I haven't
to
made-
change 2 to 4.
No, I haven't
and-
made any motions.
And not, what's that?
I haven't made any motions, but you just recommended that we did not change, that we do not change the zoning in this.
After hearing the engineer, right, my thought was, I don't see a need for it personally, me personally, but you...
Including
all you
going
members-
from 2 to 4.
Correct. But all you members heard what you heard, so you have to act for yourself. Go ahead, Joe, I think...
I'd
you're-
like to make the motion to leave 30713 as is.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second to leave 30713 as it is and not amend it.
And not what?
The motion was made by Joe Passamonte, and the second was Danielle. All those in favor, say aye.
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 I am also aye. Opposed? Abstain? Okay, so that would be a 7-0-0 vote.
So to understand, Mr. Chairman, we're leaving the
307...
zoning the way it is. It- as it
30713 is
stands
not
today.
being proposed to be amended any longer.
Okay.
So can I make a point of order? Just to ask.
Go ahead.
The action you take tonight, this is first public hearing. Is there still a second public hearing on this, or is this?
There wouldn't be on that particular section because now this is no longer being proposed to be amended. So 30713 will not be publicly heard at the next meeting.
Thank you.
And 30741 that we just worked on will be,
That has to be.
again, right, and that is just to strike the word in the first, in sentence A, to remove the word conservation district, and that was voted on by the members of the board.
Thank you.
So on 30741, members of the public just heard that we voted to at the next public hearing, it's going to be reheard again, but the words Conservation District will be removed from sentence A, and 25 will be to 50 feet, and 50 will be to 75 feet. Would anybody like to speak on that from the public? Hearing no response. What you heard, Mr.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, somebody's coming forward. Okay, thank you, sir.
No, thank you. Carmen Sarno, 25 Lilac. here
I
in
didn't catch the
Pelham.
name.
Carmen Sarno.
Okay.
You can call me Carmen.
Call you what?
Carmen.
Herman?
Carmen with
Armin.
a C. C-A-R-M-I-N-E.
Okay, so, all right,
Thank you.
okay.
On the second one, it's really a clarification. How do you define poorly versus very poorly?
Can I take that one?
Sure.
New Hampshire there's an engineer sitting right here, and he's going to tell me if I'm wrong. We have a set of rules, they're called administrative rules, that come from the Department of Environmental Services. It's a long document, it's a couple of hundred pages, and they have all the definitions for poorly drained soils, different types of hydric soils, wet soils. These setback requirements mimic exactly the Department of Environmental Services setback requirements. Joe's not disagreeing, so.
No.
So what we're saying here is, we noticed, when we look over our zoning, we noticed that, whoa, we're not with the state on this, and the state sets the minimums. We can be more stringent. We could increase these, if if people would care to do that, we can increase these setback districts. We can always be more stringent than minimum state requirements. But these are the state requirements. So those definitions that you're looking for, it's a good question. They get into the weeds, so they talk about the hydrology of soils, and perhaps if the chairman would allow Mr. Maynard, he could explain the delineation for you.
No, my point is, it's not subjective.
No, there's a science behind it.
Okay.
So typically, the federal government has standards for what these are, and the wetland scientists of New Hampshire have adopted those standards. The state of New Hampshire is also on the same boat for those criteria, and a lot of it, the simplest way to explain it to somebody is, when you walk out in the spring, if it's wet under your feet, it's usually what they call hydric B. If it's standing water, or it's cattails, then it's hydric A. But there's other criteria, it's the depth of the soil layer, the top 16 inches of soil, there's vegetation, there's a whole bunch of things that come into the equation, but there is a science behind it.
All right, so it's not subjective.
No.
In the event that the developer, homeowner, as yourself, developer yourself, where do they go to dispute it? Or is it you're just going to point to the book and say, that's it?
So from a dispute standpoint, a wetland scientist who's licensed in the state of New Hampshire would go out and map the soils, whether it's the Group 5 or Group 6 soil. If somebody was to disagree with them, then another soil scientist would come out and review their work to make sure that they followed the standard. And that's the typical process. There's nobody in town hall that I know of that is certified for that type of thing. But we hire professionals. We don't have an in-house wetland scientist. There's dozens of them across the state. You hire one of them, they come do the work. Okay. Yep.
I'm good, thank you.
Now you know I asked Joe to stay, because we get free consultation out of an engineer tonight.
But you don't listen to me, so.
Well, before this gentleman walks away, the same Code of Administrative Rules has a place of reference for the engineers that come in front of all planning boards throughout New Hampshire.
Okay.
And there is, believe it or not, an entire mapping of the state of what soils are in a particular area. If there's a dispute between what's found on that site and what an engineer finds, then a third party would come in to make a judgment call on those soils.
Okay.
Because oftentimes, there's a broad brush painting of those areas. But there's also a science with that in itself, and that is it has to be an average of a certain amount of acreage before you can call the hydrology of that soil by a different group number. So it gets into a lot of a lot of interesting science, but it's all to protect the groundwater through which all our septics pass, especially in this town, because we are 100% dependent upon our septic systems working properly to not affect negatively everyone's drinking water. There are 4,809, I think, private wells in the town of Pelham, and they all depend on water coming from the earth, and our job is to keep that water clean.
Understood.
And much to a lot of people's demise, they don't like some of those rules, but those rules come from the state, and those are minimal rules.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much, sir. Would anybody else like to speak to either of the first two items that we have discussed here this evening? This is the last chance tonight for those two. What I started saying a few minutes ago was the first one, 30713, will not be on the agenda at the next meeting, and it will not be, we will not be proceeding with that. That has been scrapped. And this other one has been just amended to meet the state guidelines. So I'm going to move on to the third thing that was posted. It's to add a new article to Pelham zoning ordinance. It's Article TBD, so I guess that means the numbers to be determined if it were to be put in our zoning. It's a solar ordinance to permit the regulation of solar energy systems and to support solar energy usage. This ordinance will allow residential rooftop solar installations less than 15,000 kilowatts to be permitted by right in all zoning districts, and ground-mounted solar systems that are 15,000 kW or less and 500 square feet or less will not require planning board approval. Any commercial solar energy systems would require application to the planning board for site plan review as well as a conditional use permit. All solar energy systems shall obtain building and electrical permits prior to installation. So we have a new proposed zoning ordinance, and it has not been read into the record yet. It's just over 2 pages. I will try not to butcher it. I'll try to read it in myself. It's called Draft Solar Ordinance. It would just be called a solar ordinance if it were to be voted in by the voters. Purpose and intent. New Hampshire permits the regulation of solar energy systems by municipalities and supports solar energy system usage by statute. Pelham fosters good stewardship of the environment and fully adopts the state regulations pertaining to solar energy systems, specifically RSA 672:1, I and III-A, as well as RSA 674:17, looks like IJ, which encourages access to sunlight and prohibits unreasonable limits proposed on solar energy systems by municipal zoning powers. We have a series of definitions here. One is solar access, space open to the sun and clear of overhangs or shade so as to permit the use of active and or passive solar energy systems or on individual properties. Definition 2 is built-in integrated photovoltaic, which is BIPV systems, a solar energy system that consists of integrating photovoltaic modules into the building structure, such as solar shingles on the roof or the facade, and which does not alter the relief of the roof. We have collective solar installations owned collectively through subdivision, homeowner associations, co-housing, or other similar arrangements. Commercial solar. Any and all systems that do not fall into the definition of residential solar. These systems could be for, but not limited to, agricultural, industrial, large-scale residential condominium association, homeowners associations, etc., solar farming, etc., Any system that is commercial in nature, including rooftop systems larger than 15,000 kW, will require a conditional use permit from the Town of Pelham Planning Board. Net metering, a billing mechanism authorized by New Hampshire RSA 362-A and corresponding regulations which credit solar customers for surplus electricity that they generate and deliver back to the grid, and which allows these customers to pay only for their net electricity usage during the applicable billing cycle. Qualified solar installer, and a New Hampshire licensed electrician who has specialized knowledge and corresponding skills related to the installation, construction, and operation of solar electrical equipment, and who has received safety training on the hazards involved with solar installation. Rated nameplate capacity. Maximum rated alternating current AC output of solar collection systems based on the design output of the solar system. Residential solar. Any ground pole or roof-mounted solar collection system primarily for on-site residential use and consisting of one or more freestanding ground pole or roof-mounted solar arrays or modules or solar-related equipment intended to primarily reduce on-site consumption of electric utility power and with the rated nameplate capacity of 15 kW AC or less, and or that is less than 1,000 square feet solar land coverage. Solar collection system or solar energy system includes all equipment required to harvest solar energy to generate electricity. The solar collection system includes storage devices, power conditioning equipment, transfer equipment, and parts related to the functioning of those items. Solar collection systems include only equipment up to but not including the stage that connection is made to the utility grid or site service point. A solar collection system may be allowed by right or authorized by a conditional use permit. Solar energy, radiant energy provided by the sun that can be collected in the form of heat or light by a solar collector. Solar land coverage is defined exclusively for the purposes of collecting the footprint of the land area occupied by the components of the solar array. Solar land coverage is the land area that encompasses all components of the solar collection system, including but not limited to mounting equipment, panels, and ancillary components of the system. This definition does not include access roads or fencing and is not to be interpreted as a measure of impervious surface as it may be defined in this ordinance. Solar sky space easement, a recorded easement pursuant to New Hampshire RSA 477:51 sufficient to create a solar sky space easement. Solar storage battery device that reserves energy for later consumption that is charged by a connected solar connection system. Solar thermal system converts, I think might be a separate definition. Solar thermal system converts solar radiation to thermal energy. System directly heats water or other liquid used in sunlight and used for such purposes as space heating, cooking, domestic hot water, and heating the pool. Applicability. Residential. Pelham will permit rooftop solar installations less than 15 kW by right in all zoning districts. Ground-mounted solar systems that are 15 K or less and 500 square feet or less and will not need a planning board approval, but approval by the planning department's building inspector. Commercial. Any person seeking to construct or to carry out a commercial solar energy system shall apply to the planning board for site plan review in accordance with the requirements set forth in the Pelham Site Plan Review Regulations as well as a conditional use permit, CUP. In addition, such application shall submit the information required in this ordinance. If any property owner owners wish to install a ground and/or pole-mounted solar system, they must come to the planning board for a conditional use permit that shows they have met the conditions listed above, as well as any other conditions such as protecting the view shed of the neighbors and passerbyers. The planning board may feel necessary to be in the interest of the town and the abutting residences. Permits. No solar energy system shall be erected, constructed, or installed without first receiving a building and electrical permit from the planning department. Furthermore, a building permit shall be required for any physical modifications to an existing solar energy system. All solar energy systems are to be installed by a qualified solar installer. Restrictions. Because Pelham recognizes the importance of solar energy systems and the need to balance state solar energy regulations with the wishes of the community and to protect natural viewsheds, the following restrictions are placed on solar energy systems as authorized by the state. Location. All ground-mounted and pole-mounted systems shall be located at inconspicuous locations such as the side and rear yards, low to the ground and screened to limit visibility. Every attempt should be made to keep these systems away from the front of the main structure so as to limit visibility of the abutting neighbors and to not detract from the natural view of the front and main structure. Setbacks. All solar systems shall comply with the Town of Pelham building setback requirements from lot lines for the entire system, including the panels. Lighting. All solar systems' lighting shall be minimal, limited to access and safety, downcast and shielded from abutting properties. Decommissioning. Solar systems shall be deemed to be abandoned if operations have discontinued for more than 6 months without written consent of the municipality, such as for reasons beyond the control of the owner. An abandoned system shall be removed and site restored within 6 months of abandonment by the owner. That is the proposed ordinance. If anybody heard me butcher or misstate anything in there, let me know, because that was a lot of reading. Anybody, any planning board members see any mistakes?
I don't really see a mistake. I just think that maybe that definition section, the last one, just bump it down.
Yeah.
What was that, Danielle?
That last section, the solar thermal, it just looks like it has to be like carried down to its own independent line.
Right, it is two different definitions?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
I think it's a new
I just noticed it as I was reading it, so, okay.
one? Where are you?
On the second page, after solar storage batteries, I was reading that definition, then it was bold black letters again, so it looked like another definition, and Danielle says she thinks it is as well, so it should just be, that should be moved over, down and over.
Yeah.
Jen?
I did get some information from Steve Keach with some conflicts he found that I think we should look at. If you want me to read that section of his memo, I can.
Okay, just hang on a minute. Jim?
It's a conflict, I see a conflict, a possible conflict between residential solar and the applicability section with residential. Did he pick that out? The 500 and the 1,000 square feet difference?
No.
All right. Yeah. So which one do you want to do first, Mr. Chairman?
Jen, why don't you read in Steve Keach's comment?
Okay, he has draft amendment number 3 contemplates adoption of a solar ordinance. Given anticipated proliferation of solar technologies in future years, I view adoption of zoning amendment to properly guide solar infrastructure installations within the community is both appropriate and timely. Based upon my review of the text of the draft ordinance, I offer the following suggestions. The first one is revise the second sentence of the section entitled Purpose and Intent to read as follows. Pelham fosters good stewardship in the environment and thereby recognizes New Hampshire statute pertaining to solar energy systems. The intent of this revision is to A, refer to statutory citations which follow as statute rather than state regulations, and B, to recognize rather than adopt the same as statute legislature already does that. So that was his first recommendation, is rather than saying that we adopt state regulations, that we are recognizing New Hampshire statute.
Fully recognizing it, yep, okay. I see where he's going with that.
Yep. Do you want me to move on to his next one, or you want to talk about that?
Does everybody see what Steve was talking about on that? Because we don't really adopt state RSAs, we follow them,
Right.
all right? Anybody have any objections to that language being changed?
No.
Okay. Go ahead, read the next
Okay.
one.
The next one is under the section entitled Applicability, revise the subsection entitled Residential to read as follows. Oh, maybe he did get what you were looking at.
Hang on a second, Jenna. So we're under the applicability section
Under
now?
applicability, revise the subsection entitled Residential to read as follows. Rooftop solar installations that are 15 gigawatts or less and ground-mounted solar systems that are 15...
Jen, can I stop you for just a moment?
Yeah.
So under applicability, is it a specific paragraph that he's talking
Under
about?
applicability, revise the subsection entitled Residential.
First one.
Yeah, the first one, right.
Okay, so the first paragraph, residential?
Yep. All right, now let me see where I was. Rooftop, so he says it should read as follows. Let me see where it starts saying rooftop. Rooftop solar installations that are 15 gigawatts or less and ground-mounted solar systems that are 15 gigawatts or less and 500 square feet or less in area are permitted by right in all zoning districts, subject to receipt of required permits from the planning department's building inspector prior to installation.
So he's saying the same thing, but he's clarifying the English language better.
Yep. Right.
Is that what you were talking about, Jim, as well?
Well, before you, in addition to that, and maybe it's the way I'm interpreting it.
Thank you.
The residential solar, the definition, it's anything less than 1,000 square feet. So the last two lines of that definition is
Yep.
anything less than 1,000 square feet.
Uh-huh.
And there should be an of after feet, but that's just a typo, I guess. But then if you go over to applicability in the same section that Steve mentioned, he didn't, should not that say 1,000 square feet or less, so that it is in line with the definition? So,
Just going back to the definition, so that after 1,000 square feet, insert the word of, O-F,
I would think so,
of
yeah.
solar land coverage. Okay. Does everybody see that? Follow that? All right.
And then, and I think Mr. Cody is agreeing, Steve didn't pick it up, the residential applicability section should reflect what the definition of residential solar is, which is 1,000 square feet or less, not 500, the way I see it. Someone's putting a solar array on their roof, they're going to need a building permit, an electrical inspection. 1,000 square feet, most people have a roof 3,000-4,000 square feet easily. They do one side, it's 1,000 all day long. So that should coincide with the definition of 1,000 or less, in my opinion. And that we may find not to be big enough. It depends on what the planning department sees in the future for solar proposals from residents. It may be needed to be even made larger than that. Because I don't think 1,000 square foot, I'm not a solar person, but I don't think 1,000 square foot area gives you anywhere close to 15 kW. That's a lot of power. I think that's many thousands of feet. Do you know anything about those?
Little bits and pieces. You know, there's different size panels, so many kilowatts for each one.
Joe,
I've just had a number of
can you,
projects.
hang on the comment for a minute? Jim, I didn't open this section to the public yet, and Joe is a member of the
I'm
public.
sorry,
So-
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I was in,
Yeah,
trying
you
to...
just jumped the gun a little. So on the applicability part, what you're thinking is that that should also read 1,000 square feet, so that it is in line with the definition? Or the 1,000 should be 500?
Getting
thinking 1,000.
getting a nod over
Kevin, you're
there.
thinking 1,000 on both of them? Okay. Everybody following that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so under applicability, residential, change 500 to 1,000 in your draft. Okay,
Okay, and he has one more. You want me to move on, or?
what's that?
He has one more suggestion. You want me to keep going?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. The second subparagraph of the same applicability section entitled Commercial, establish requirements for both site plan review and issuance of a conditional use permit. As you are aware, a conditional use permit is an instrument available to municipalities for implementation of an innovative zoning control ordinance adopted pursuant to authority of RSA 674:21. If the board wishes to adopt the planned solar ordinance pursuant to the authority of 674:21, the text of the draft ordinance should be revised to indicate. That said, since most commercial land uses require site plan review by the planning board, perhaps the best outcome would be to simply delete reference to the term conditional use permit from the draft, as it would appear the board presently enjoys authority to require all other performance standards specified under the draft ordinance to be satisfied under the board's normal site plan review function. So he's basically saying that it's either an innovative land use ordinance or it's under the authority of the site plan review. You don't need both, but you can have both, but then your ordinance would have to be changed to be an innovative land use ordinance, and it doesn't need to be because it's already going to the planning board's authority under site plan review. So what he's recommending is all references to conditional use permit just be stricken.
I'm not sure that I'm exactly following, he's proposing several different things at the same time.
Kinda. So
Yeah,
it's,
so,
right, you're
Wants
it's
to
either
make
an
it-
innovative land use ordinance where then you have the authority to issue a conditional use permit under that statute.
we don't, this board wouldn't have time to implement another innovative land use ordinance.
No, it would be this one, you would just have to, you would have to amend it to state such in the beginning of the ordinance, just like you do with another ordinance that's proposed tonight. This one, we don't do that. So if it's just an ordinance, a solar array ordinance, and it's going to be going to the planning board under site plan review anyway, you don't need a conditional use permit. You would just get a site plan review for a commercial solar array. Does that make sense?
No. Do we issue conditional use permits for accessory dwelling units?
We do now, and we
Is
made
that,
it
is that
we made it
innovative land use?
We, at the last year, you guys made that
It got
innovative.
changed. So anything that involves a conditional use permit falls under innovative land use
Correct.
currently.
Right. You can do that. You
No,
just
right.
have to make mention of it in the beginning of the
beginning.
ordinance.
I think we should hear from the public on that as well, and then discuss it amongst the board members. Are there any other things that the board members would like to discuss prior to opening to the public on this section? Okay, so what I'd like to do is get some public input on the draft of the solar ordinance. You've heard some of the input from Steve Keach, who's our peer review engineer. Joe, you're here at the seat already, so if you have a
I really
Comment or
don't.
two?
I know that your ordinance is lacking something for this right now. I don't have any issues with what you're proposing on this.
Speak a little louder, Joe.
Sorry, as I read this and listen to you, Pelham's zoning is lacking some form of an ordinance for this, so I really don't see anything here that jumps out at me from an engineering standpoint. The only question I have, does Pelham have one for windmills also already on the books?
Yes.
Okay,
So, right.
don't delve into those too often.
You don't.
But, this sounds reasonable for what it is that you're asking for, in my opinion.
Yeah, we have a section on small wind energy systems.
Okay. I just know the past few years, these things have been snowballing more and more, so.
Even though we've seen you twice, we still need to know who you are.
Absolutely. People may have tuned in who weren't watching before.
Thank you.
My name is Amy Spencer, and I live at 25 and 27 Honor Roll Road. I just wanted to weigh in on the point that I think Mr. Keach and also Jim pointed out, and from the public's perspective, I agree that the applicability section for residential should mirror the definition. And I do think that it should be 1,000 square feet or less, not to change the definition to 500, but to change the applicability section to 1,000, because for all the reasons given, 1,000 square feet of solar exposure isn't all that much, quite frankly, and I agree that it may actually need to be increased at some point, but for now, 1,000 is better than 500, and they should be consistent.
Okay, great, thank you. Anybody else like to speak on the draft of the solar ordinance? Okay, come forward. Name and address again?
25 Lilac, Ellen. So a couple of things. Under permits, how do you define a qualified solar installer? I mean, you don't have to answer it now, but basically, where do you define that, other than your brother-in-law? The other part would be abandoned systems. I think what they're trying to say is, once the system is no longer used, it will be removed from the property and disposed of properly.
I believe that's the intent of that.
It might be, you want to clarify that a bit. And the other, how do you deal with, like, for example, the 55 and older community where it's residential, not really commercial, or is it commercial? Where does that fall in?
I think that's why it talks about the size as well of the 15K. So the size of the system. If it's over 15K, then it's considered a commercial system.
Okay, so for a typical house, it's 7K to 10K to power your house.
Okay?
So 15K is a lot. What are we powering at 15K? Who needs that much energy?
Maybe it's, did you say a senior housing? Is that what you're calling?
So, okay, so let me step back. 15K is a lot. Your average house is 7 to 10K. Okay? In the case of, for example, the 55 and older community, and there's a new development that went in across from the urgent care, how are those properties defined? Are they residential? Are they commercial? What goes on there? Is it going to be 15K, 500 or 1,000 square feet per roof, per section?
I believe each one of those units would be considered an individual dwelling. So I believe they're sold as condos over there?
No, they're rentals.
Are they rentals?
Rentals.
Okay. So if they're rentals, then it's owned by one owner.
Okay.
So that would probably make it automatically a commercial system, I would assume.
What's your take?
I'd say that's a commercial system. You know, the difference would be if you had a 55 and older development where those are in condominium fashion, but they're individual units.
If they were individual,
Each unit
like you
owner
said,
would be allowed.
detached, then those would be obviously residential.
Yep.
If they were under 15K.
Right.
I
Okay.
believe the reason why that was put on there is, you know, I don't think that the board members that were, when we were talking about this, were hoping to see 30,000 or 50,000 kilowatt solar arrays on somebody's yard, plaster the whole front yard, the roof, just start selling power to the power company, and the whole neighborhood's like, look, we're in a solar field here, so
Okay.
keep it limited to what you need. Go ahead, Kevin.
So I just wanted to talk about the 15K and kind of where that came from. I think when you talk about your average house is between 7 and 10, seeing some of the houses that are being built are a bit larger than your average house, coupled with electric vehicles and the ability to charge and to store that power. It just kind of made sense that we decided to bump that up just to 15K. So your normal house is going to be that 7 to 10, but the newer developments we see going in are a little bit bigger than the normal house. People are driving the electric cars, so it gives that ability just to add that extra power. We didn't think that going from, say, 10 to 11K to 15K was going to be a issue as far as size, so.
Okay.
If that answers that question.
Yeah, so, go ahead.
Go ahead, Roger.
I went out and looked at a residential one. So the added, like Mr. Cody said, can also heat a pool. Okay, and a pool takes a lot. And if you're producing more than you need, it goes back into the grid and it gets, sent to average households that don't have it. And you get credit for it. So in the winter, when the sun is not as strong and you're not picking up as much power from it, you have credit from what you've put back into it over the summer. So that in the winter, when you go back to electricity, because you may not have enough collection in order to run your home, you get the credits from what you produced over the summer. So you can get larger things, like Kevin was saying, charging vehicles, swimming pools, and households, and then the credit back in the winter when you're not producing as much. So I think that's a good number you put on it,
All right, so going forward, the intent, this is just a stepping stone, because you anticipate that everyone's going to be driving an EV.
Not really.
Okay. So it still comes back down to, why do you need 15K?
Well, I think
I understand your reasoning. I'm not trying to dispute you on that, but...
Because the people that do need it will have it.
I think part of the intent of the ordinance was to make it so that you didn't have to come here in front of the planning board to
Okay.
put a solar system in. If you were under a certain size, you could go to the planning department and deal directly with the building inspector, the electrical inspector. It's a right
Okay.
that you would have, as opposed to now, if you're putting it on the ground, you're coming here in front of the planning board. It doesn't matter what the size is, you're coming in front of the planning board. And this would make it so that you didn't necessarily have to do that if you were under these guidelines. It gives you the ability to do things straight with the planning department.
Okay. So just to clarify again, at 15K, which is more than most houses need, do we need to have more knowledge and an inspector that can understand roof loads, wiring, battery capacity, how big are these batteries? What's going to happen to these batteries when are they going to fall under your last part for the decommissioning, or where they go? They're only going to hold energy for so long and be used. Some people may not use batteries. They might just want to sell to the grid. Others are just going to use it on a day-to-day basis. So there's a lot of nuances in this technology, although it's been around for 30, 40 years. A lot of people don't understand the little nuances about it.
Kevin?
So most systems don't have a battery backup. Most systems just have the solar, and it's a grid tie. But you are right, the newer systems are coming in with a 1 to 2 day battery backup, so that is going to start coming into play. Secondly, in regards to when you're talking about getting rid of the solar panels, that is actually hazardous waste. So yeah, you can't just get rid of it. That's a good point. But when it comes to qualified solar installers, we did define what that is. So, it has to be someone that's qualified through those guidelines. So,
Fair enough.
but the process for, I don't know if you've ever read into the process of solar, but most companies, I think all companies, require some kind of a engineering plan of your roof before they can design the weight load for that roof, so it's all part of the process.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, yep. So as you might have heard, this ordinance is not designed to restrict you from having solar. It's designed to make it easier for you to have solar. Does anybody else want to come up and talk about the draft solar ordinance? Seeing and hearing no response. So Steve Keach has made several suggestions to change, like the purpose and intent and something else. Jen, would you be able to type that up, get that to the board members so that we can see it, and also put that into the next public hearing so that the public will see that language as well, as opposed to just hearing it from what you read?
I can, but what do you guys want to do about the conditional use permit?
I'm okay with taking that out.
So they would require anything over 15K, or commercial would automatically just fall
They still-
under site plan review with the planning board already.
Right, still have to come to the planning board for site plan review.
Okay. And I just want to remind everybody that this ordinance has been checked over by both the building and electrical inspector, and they didn't have any problems with
Can you
anything that
speak
they saw in
more
here.
clearly into the mic?
The building inspector and electrical inspector both reviewed this ordinance and didn't have anything to add to it. They thought it was fine the way it is.
Okay.
And we are, I'm sorry, one more thing, though. We are issuing about 2 to 3 rooftop solar arrays weekly right now.
Right. Go ahead, Kevin.
I wanted to make just a slight addition under decommissioning, the last line. An abandoned system shall be removed, and I want to insert and dispose of properly. So it should, I think it should read, an abandoned system shall be removed and disposed of properly, and the site restored within 6 months of abandonment by the owner.
I'm trying to find out where you are, Kevin. Are you on?
Very last sentence of that.
Okay.
It's that last page.
Okay, abandoned system shall be removed, and the site restored. So you would like it to possibly say what?
And disposed of in accordance to state guidelines or something like that, and disposed of properly.
So just a point of information, just sitting here, so in accordance with state and federal regulations, because those will change over time, or current state and local regulations, or state and federal, or something like that.
Jen, did you jot that down? Okay. Thanks, Joe. All right, anybody else have any input from the public before I move on? Members of the board, we're gonna leave that and see,
Need it.
we're gonna see what the language looks like that Jen's putting together. She'll email it to us. We're gonna get another bite at it at the next public hearing.
So do we need to pull a vote on this before?
I think you should make a vote on any of the changes that you want to make from now to the next hearing.
Okay, that's fine. Somebody
Yes,
want to,
we won't get another bite at it.
what's that, Kevin?
I don't think we will get, like, the next public hearing is to vote on the wording with,
Right.
voting on tonight, so we probably should just vote on the
So
changes.
you want to make a motion that Jen changes that language for us?
And, yeah, so the language is to remove all the conditional use permit wording. That's one, right?
Right.
To insert the change for the 1,000 square feet, so it goes from 500 to 1,000 for residential. Where am I?
Solar thermal systems has its own line.
Right. I don't think that.
And then just the
You got it.
abandoning portion under decommissioning.
And what about the statute? Thereby recognizes.
Oh, right, and the two changes that Keach made, right?
Yes.
Is everybody on board with that?
Yes.
So that's my motion.
All right, we have a motion on the
Second.
floor. We have a motion and a second. The second was by Roger.
Yep.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I'm also aye. Opposed? Abstained? That'd be a 7-0-0 vote. So if you could take care of those changes, Jen, get that reposted. And we're going to move on then to advertisement number 4. It's to add a new article to Pelham zoning ordinance. Article number would be to be determined. It's called the Long Pond, Island Pond, Compass Pond, and Harris Pond Watershed Protection Ordinance to apply to proposed development within the watershed areas for substandard and non-conforming lots with seasonal dwellings. I probably should have said only. So this applies to substandard lots and non-conforming lots with seasonal dwellings that are going to be converted over to year-round dwellings. And that ordinance is about a page and a half long. Anybody else feel like reading a page and a half into the record?
I'll read it.
Okay. Why don't you do that, Jim?
So this is the Long Pond, Island Pond, Compass Pond, and Harris Pond Watershed Protection Ordinance. The authority pursuant to RSA 674:21, innovative land use, the planning board is hereby authorized to grant conditional use permits for the purpose of surface watershed protection, period. This zoning and the accompanying regulations are to ensure the protection and preservation of our 4 significant surface water bodies within the town of Pelham and their watersheds from the effects of point and non-point source contamination and pollution, as authorized by RSA 483-B:8. The purpose and intent. Conditional use permits may be issued by the planning board to ensure that enforcement of this ordinance will not adversely impact neighboring properties, surface waters, watersheds, and Pelham's aquifers, and to protect public health, by preventing overcrowding of watershed treatment systems, to reduce erosion and sedimentation by retaining existing vegetation, to protect groundwater supplying aquifers that serve as potential drinking water sources, to protect the surface waters, wetlands, and vernal pools associated with the surface waters, to protect the undisturbed natural resources and wildlife habitats in and around the watershed, to prevent the degradation of water quality through the regulation of land uses and development within the watershed. In the event of a conflict between the requirements of this section and other requirements of the Pelham zoning ordinance or state law, the more stringent requirements shall govern. Applicability. The special provisions established in this watershed protection ordinance shall apply to proposed development within the watershed for substandard lots and non-conforming lots with seasonal dwellings. All lots must completely satisfy there will be no undue crowding of land by providing adequate spacing for light, air, and spread of fire to the neighboring properties. Limitations shall be made to prevent future demand on public services from pollution, environmental damage, and overconcentration of wastewater systems in an existing neighborhood. The watershed protection area is considered to be essential to the protection of the surface waters and aquifer from the effects of point and non-point source pollution and wastewater systems. The watershed area shall include all area within 1,500 feet of these 4 surface water bodies. Definitions. Contamination, sedimentation, point and non-point source pollution, septic, or the discharge of hazardous materials. Non-point source pollution. Non-point source pollution generally results from land runoff, precipitation, atmospheric deposition, drainage, septic seepage or hydrological modification. Non-point source and NPS pollution comes from many diffuse sources. That should be different. But anyhow, NPS pollution is caused by rainfall or snow melt over and through the ground. As the runoff moves, it picks up and carries away natural and human-made pollutants, finally depositing them into our ponds, streams, wetlands, coastal waters, and groundwaters, Contaminants including, but not limited to pesticides, fertilizers, human and animal waste, sediments, nutrients, and heavy metals that are deposited on the ground surface and flow and pollute nearby surface waters. Point source pollution. Point pollution comes from a single source, such as the discharge from a drainage pipe. Seasonal dwelling. A dwelling unit that lacks any of the following amenities: functioning electricity, central heating system, insulation in walls and ceilings, indoor drinking water, indoor cooking, and indoor sanitary facilities. A substandard lot. A legally created lot of record without a dwelling that met minimum average area and dimensional requires when created, but does not meet the requirements for a new lot under current zoning. Watercourse. A natural or artificial channel or culvert through which water flows year-round / or seasonal. Watershed. The area of land surrounding and forming the drainage basins supplying our 4 surface water bodies. Administration. The Pelham Planning Board shall have authority to grant a conditional use permit to administer the provisions of the Watershed Protection Ordinance. General. Septic systems. For any new construction or seasonal conversion, an effluent disposal system, EDS, shall be installed in accordance to the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, it's written New Hampshire DES regulations, and requiring a 100-foot setback from hydric A soils or surface water and a 75-foot setback from hydric B soils or other wetland area. In addition to the setbacks, any expansion of an existing structure, or the seasonal conversion to year-round of an existing structure, the owner shall also conform to RSA 485-A:38 and the Associated Code of Administrative Rules for Subdivision and ISDS design rules as amended. ISDIS is individual sewage disposal systems. Watercourses, drainage ditches and culverts. Any existing watercourses shall be kept and maintained within the property free of trash, debris, excessive vegetation, obstructions, or any other other matter that would pollute, contaminate, or retard the flow of water through the property. Property owners shall not cause a watercourse that enters their property from flowing onto their property. Mechanical pumping of watercourse is prohibited. Groundwater flow. To prevent the restriction or alteration of the flow of underground water from the watershed into the ponds and aquifers, the use of subsurface concrete structures shall be minimal with perpendicular alignments to allow the underground flow of water to continue its course into the ponds. Any proposed walls parallel to the ponds must be designed, built, and maintained with drainage piping, crushed stone base, and culverts, so all groundwater will continue through the ground and into the ponds. Conditions for approval. Peer review. To prevent unintentional restriction of water flow or adverse impacts to neighboring properties and the ponds, the Planning Board, prior to approval, shall have the applicant submit the plan to the Conservation Commission, peer review engineering, and the Board of Health for review and comment prior to final approval of the Planning Board. All plans receiving final approval shall also post bond and receive review engineering monitoring of development to ensure compliance with the final approval. The planning board may conditionally approve a watershed protection application pending conditions precedent to the issuance of a conditional use permit, which shall be satisfied within 120 days of board action. The applicant may request an extension of time required to satisfy conditions precedent to the issuance of the conditional use permit by written request, close quote or close parentheses, including the reasons therefore, close parentheses. With the board no later than 14 days prior to the expiration of the 120-day period provided. The planning board shall vote on whether an extension is appropriate under the circumstances. Expiration of approvals. All watershed permits, not associated with a subdivision of land, expire 1 year after the date of issuance, if not exercised by the recipient.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks for reading that into the record. Immediately, what I want to go to on second page is septic systems. It was pointed out that the 100-foot setback from hydraulic A soils and the 75 setback from hydraulic B should have been 75 and 50. It's a similar mistake to what was made on the earlier when we were talking about the WCD. And that was picked up, I guess, by the health agent and pointed out to us. So if everybody looks at under general and the septic systems, that would be, go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, on the first page where it says applicability,
Applicability, yeah.
Applicability.
right,
It's okay.
there you go. I got tongue twisted. It's, the second paragraph says, all lots must completely satisfy, there will be no undue crowding. So should it say all lots must comply, all lots must completely satisfy that there will be no undue crowding?
Add that.
Does that sound more
Yeah.
correct?
I know.
That there?
Add that, yeah.
Okay. That's all, just a little,
And when it says all lots, it's still only pertaining to substandard lots and non-conforming lots with seasonal dwellings, because this ordinance does not apply to all lots that are within 1,500 feet of the 4 surface bodies of water. It only applies to substandard lots and non-conforming lots. So the first sentence on applicability is the most important sentence of the ordinance to not be misinterpreted. Because when you go into definitions, substandard lot is a legally created lot of record without a dwelling that met the minimum areas and dimensional requirements when created, but does not meet the requirements of a new lot in the current zoning. That and seasonal dwellings basically would be like a camp that doesn't have anybody living in it. It's not year-round. That's the only 2 types of lots that this zoning applies to. Currently, the ZBA handles all the rest of the, handles all the lots around the ponds. So when you want to do anything to your lots, you're confined by what the ZBA tells you. If they give you a variance, you're happy. If they don't give you a variance, you're not happy. And if they give you a variance, you had a plan that you submitted to them, you then come in front of this planning board. The ZBA didn't have any ability to alter your plan, make suggestions to your plan, because peer review is not part of that. When the planning board gets it, which we have had several of them recently, we're also not allowed to make any suggestions to the plan. So we either thumbs up or thumbs down the selectmen to issue a building permit, because we're constrained by the fact that it's under the purview of the way things are now. Then the selectmen get it, and the selectmen have to either decide to grant the building permit or not grant the building permit, and this board is only advisory. This ordinance that was proposed is an innovative land use ordinance, and it's designed so that you're not confined to what the ZBA says. It gives you a completely different avenue on those to come to this board, where right now, when it comes to this board, we can't make suggestions. We have to look at your plan, and it's either we're taking an engineer like Mr. Maynard at his word that he has created something that is the right fit for that lot, and it's not going to destroy the pond. We don't have the ability to say, all right, we'd like to send this off to our peer review engineering, we'd like to work with the applicant and come up with a plan that works best for that lot and for the environment, for the pond, for the watershed. So this ordinance was designed to create an innovative land use that allows the ZBA to not be the board that is saying, no, you can't do it, period, that's the end of story. Your appeal is go back to the ZBA, they say, no, you're still not going to do it, and then you're in court. This gives the planning board the ability to work with an applicant, work with our engineer in conjunction with your engineer, and potentially, hopefully, come up with a plan that works for your lot. And this is not talking about anybody that lives in a house anywhere on the ponds right now. This ordinance has no effect on you whatsoever. It's that lot across the street in the back somewhere that might be wet, that's never been built on, and it's just another avenue in which to be able to hopefully make those lots so that they can be used in a way that works for everybody and doesn't destroy the environment. That being said, Joe, you're sitting right there, and you are an engineer, and you're going to get the first bite of the apple when we open this to the public to beat this ordinance up. So have at it.
Well, Mr. Chair, real quick, we do have a letter from a resident in reference to this as well. So if you want me to read that letter first before Joe, or
No, I would
Joe
like to
talk?
see, we have a
You
free
got it.
engineer here. I'd like
Okay.
to see
I know, I just want to
what
make
the
sure we...
engineer has to say, because
Yep.
All right, so, as I first learned of this ordinance and I read through it, I do kind of take issue with a lot of what's in here, and I want to just start with the first section, as you just talked about applicability. This says all lots must completely satisfy that there's no undue crowding of land by providing adequate spacing for light, air, spread of fire, etc. But there's no standard. It just says I need to meet that, so it's subjective to me. I like this stuff in zoning, because zoning, you got to do the 5 points of the law, right? You got to prove you're not going to impact neighboring property values. You got to have a true hardship in the lot itself for what you're asking for. But the way this ordinance is written, it's really just a wild card, right? We come in, we think we like this. You want us to go to conservation, you want us to go to selectmen, the planning board. Selectmen or Board of Health, right? So we're at selectmen for this application before we
where are you
get
on
to
the
the planning
ordinance,
board.
Joe?
What's that?
What part of the ordinance are you on?
So I'm skipping around a little bit. Under applicability, I just take that there's no real standard here. It's just a comment of what you're trying to achieve. It doesn't say, if you meet X, Y, Z, then it would be allowed. It just says, you need to prevent undue crowding of land by providing adequate spacing. Well, what's adequate for spacing? What you might have and what my client might have are two different things. The spread of fire, that's an NFPA regulation. So I deal with a lot of towns on this ordinance. I've actually had to go to the fire marshal's office where a town had tried to force me to hold 10 feet between structures, and the New Hampshire fire marshals told me that's not the case, and that's not what NFPA says. So, you know, I kind of look at this applicability part, that there is no standard that needs to be met. It's just I come to you with an application. I only say this because I don't find zoning easy, so to say. I take zoning from a standpoint of, is what I'm applying for reasonable from a dimensional setback requirement? The other thing I want to point out is that, like, shoreline protection has certain guidelines that are already in place, right? So shoreline, when you look at today's version of shoreline protection, they have a 30% cap on impervious coverage. So that 30% cap, the state will let you go over that now, but you have to do a drainage measure to handle a 10-year storm event, which a lot of the times on small lots, you just don't have the room to do that large of a drainage measure. But it's a weighted average calculation. At least it's something to start with, right? Like, you take your land area, you get just as much as the next guy, right? You get 30% building coverage. Some towns regulate the size of the structure based upon a percentage of your lot size also. It's typically around 20%, so you have a 10,000 square foot lot, you can have a 2,000 square foot house on the footprint on the lot. But your ordinance doesn't have any of that stuff, it's just arbitrary. When we look at the peer review portion of this application, the requirement to go through planning board, conservation, Board of Health, we also have shoreline, you also have peer review from an outside consultant, seeing if we meet the ordinance. This is additional work that's required in time in order to get through these processes for development. You know, you already picked up on that septic system one. I was going to pick on that. That's saying 175. I thought you were trying to increase it, but it sounds like you're just trying to bring that in to continuity with the state guidelines. The stuff about adjusting streams and things that you have in the ordinance, a lot of that stuff is also governed by other regulatory stuff that you have. So, you know, we can't culvert a brook through someone's lot. That would require...
The last thing is you can't what?
We can't culvert a brook or a stream that flows through someone's lot. That would require a wetlands permit from the New Hampshire Wetlands Board. Typically, they don't allow culverting a stream unless it's to get a driveway from one side or a street from one side to another usable portion of the lot. Another portion of this talks about protecting vegetation that's on the lot. Again, shoreline has their point scoring. Shoreline breaks your frontage into 3 zones. 0 to 50 is your primary building setback, but in that area, there's a point scoring system. They break your grids into 25-foot wide grids. Certain trees are worth certain values, shrubs are worth certain values, and therefore you meet your point management out of it and you can do what you need to do with the rest. When you get into the next zone, which is 50 to 150, they call that the woodlands buffer. And so a lot of the times when we develop lots that haven't been developed, the state says you're supposed to maintain 25% of the area between 50 and 150 in what they call an unaltered state. Now that just means that you can prune or take out dead, diseased, fallen trees. You can rake the area, but you're not allowed to disturb it. You're supposed to keep that area in just that, the natural state. And then once you get outside the 150 setback, there's a lot more leniency to the shoreline protection regulations. I do see that the ordinance, this takes it one step further. It actually goes to 1,500 feet out. I do understand from your conversation earlier that that 1,500 feet, or the only thing that would really apply to a lot within the 1,500 feet would be if it's a substandard lot, meaning it doesn't meet your 1 acre or your 150 or 200 feet of frontage, those kind of criteria. A lot of the times you're not going to find, you might find lots that meet the land area, but they don't meet the frontage type type of thing within that 1,500 feet. So, I just look at the ordinance I understand what you're trying to do. You're trying to protect the ponds, and I think Shoreline does a good thing about it. I gotta say, Pelham Zoning Board, I feel, does a really good thing about their limitations on this. A lot of times their concern is the height of the structure, the size of the structure. We have a lot of conversations about that at the meetings when it comes to those things. But the way this ordinance is written, it's just a little arbitrary as to what the standard is, so.
Do any members have questions for Joe while we have him there? Jim?
No, I'd just like to say that, Joe, you understand that this is only applicable to, it's not an existing lot. So your discussion about the shore, these are lots that are lots of record. They're plots of land that are there that don't necessarily have any use whatsoever on them, or the use has been seasonal for a long period of time. So the peer review that you spoke about, the conservation review that you spoke about, and the other reviews are the same reviews that are used in a standard subdivision that fully complies with dimensional requirements of the zoning ordinance now. So what we've noticed is that things happen without any peer review to new lots, or lots that are created that don't have a use already. So it's not to apply to any of the lots that have a use. Those are always vested. Those are vested in law. Those continue on. What we're talking about here is an ordinance that only applies to things that aren't there now.
Right, but it does talk about seasonal conversion to year-round, but you don't have a standard to say what the board feels is reasonable. It just says all lots must completely satisfy that there's no undue crowding of the land, but by providing adequate spacing. Well, what's the adequate spacing? You don't say, you just says it needs adequate spacing.
I think then it would become a question of someone like yourself, similar people that are in the business of engineering, loading for those lots, that they show that the lot is similar in type and kind to those that surround it, and that it's not going to cause any undue issues with the lot. We both know that the Code of Administrative Rules breaks off after 20,000 feet.
20,000 square feet for land area?
Yeah.
Well, the thing that applies with when you start talking about the administrative rules for DES for subsurface is, so no matter how small your lot is, they give you 2 bedrooms. You start wanting to get above the 2 bedrooms, now you're going to have some serious land area. You're going to be closer to 3/4 of an acre to get to that standard.
What you're saying is accurate, but it has a condition, it has a caveat that we need to everyone needs to understand. There's no taking of any vested right from anyone who has an established use on a piece of property. And you are correct, 2 bedrooms all the time guaranteed regardless of the lot size. We're not talking about that. We're talking about lots that aren't. There isn't anything there. So that's where the difference is.
But you're also saying if I take a seasonal home and I want to convert it to year-round.
If it's a seasonal, then it would have, first of all, if it's a seasonal and it's converted to year-round, again, that would be dependent upon what an engineer, someone like yourself, could produce for requirements that meet the minimum requirements for that lot. Is it going to make a well radii? Is it going to have any effect on someone else's septic? Is the septic going to be outside of a distance from an existing well of someone else? All those things, I think, are fair applications of reasonable conditions.
But you don't get year-round conversion at the state of New Hampshire if you need a waiver for any environmental matters. You don't get year-round conversion at the state of New Hampshire if you have a well radius that overlaps. You can't put your septic in within someone's well radius. The state would not allow conversion year-round. The state will allow a replacement on a valid, approved septic design to be within someone's well radius.
Right.
But from the standpoint of the criteria that the state has for year-round conversion is as long as you don't have an environmental waiver, whether it's a distance to a wetland, distance to a neighbor's well, distance to a lake, those are the things they look at. If you meet those criteria, they'll give you year-round on the septic system. That's pretty straightforward. But what this does is, again, I just look at this as, there's no standard. It just says, satisfy that there's no undue crowding of the land by providing adequate spacing for light, air, and spread of fire. Well, what is that standard that you want them to hold to?
Well, in that case, we always defer to the fire people to ask them if they're going to be able to get emergency response vehicles into a place. If there's enough room between buildings, should a conflagration start, that it not affect the abutting property, that one burn down the next, down the next. In a regular subdivision, a conventional subdivision, our fire department has been requiring 20 feet between setbacks. Now, if you think about that, that's 10 foot from the property line. Our zoning now is 15 for residential, but oftentimes on the smaller lots, they can't. That's difficult to maintain. So, would you think it reasonable that if nothing existed but there was a dwelling here, that the person that's already there, that's vested in this dwelling, be subjected to a building that's within a distance that's risky according to our fire?
So my take on that is that's zoning, that's not a planning board application. So when we go in for zoning and we gotta meet the fire criteria,
if we write that into zoning, there'd be no exception. You understand that, right?
Right, this is innovative land use, Joe. So
I 100% understand that, but
if you had a lot that was next to an area that was an open space from another subdivision, the Girl Scout camp, maybe if it was on Little Island Pond, if it was Harris Pond, maybe it might meet next to the Harris's Pelham Inn, so there's nothing near you on the side, then, the board might say, this person is suggesting, I'd like to put my building 2 feet from my property line. And that might not seem like a problem at all, but if they're saying, I want to put my building 2 feet from the property line because my neighbor's is 2 feet from my property line, or my neighbor's is 1 foot from my property line, now you got two buildings that are almost touching, it's like New York City. That might be something where the board, under innovative land use might say, well, what's on the other side? Let's do a site walk, and,
Yeah.
your building might want to be pulled forward, back, moved
But I
on the-
get that, but there's no standard written into this ordinance. It's just arbitrary to come to you guys and ask for, this is what we think, right? But in order to get to you guys, we still have to go to conservation first, and we have to go to the
So you're thinking there
selectmen.
should be some set definitive numbers
If you're gonna keep
in
this
that.
ordinance, it needs to have some standard that has to be applied to it.
in the
Otherwise,
applicability
it's
center.
arbitrary.
Okay,
Can I just,
go ahead, Jim.
we understand between us the difference between innovative land use controls and zoning.
I do.
Zoning is absolute.
Zoning is absolute, but the process or the relief valve to zoning is the zoning board of adjustment.
If they give you the relief.
If you get it.
And if they don't give you relief, you have nothing. You have that vacant lot still.
And-
you have
and
no
like I
ability
said-
to build it whatsoever.
And I go to this and I say, if there was a standard in this, I'd be hard pressed to say, okay, if I can meet X, Y, Z and not have to go to the zoning board, great, I'm all for it. But it doesn't say anything about that. It just says you need to meet adequate spacing for light, air, and the spread of fire to neighboring properties. But there's no standard.
Right. And on the innovative land use, if there was a standard, then this board could always shift that.
Waive that
Could
standard.
shift that
But
standard
at least it
to
gives
make
somebody,
less invasive. So if we put down 10 feet, we could then still vary it down to 2 or 3 feet if needed to be, because there was nobody over there.
through a waiver
So-
process.
But if there was something that it was a fire hazard, then keep the 10 feet. Is that basically what you're saying?
That's somewhat of what I'm saying. At least then, so when someone comes to me, right, if this ordinance is the way it is, I'm going to look at them and I'm going to say, well, let's draw something and go see the board. But I can't get to you because I got to go to conservation and I also gotta go to selectmen.
Point taken.
For the Board of Health portion. But if you have a standard, I can say, all right, you've got a lot, it's 50 feet wide, this is what they have for a standard in their thing. If we need a waiver, this is how we tackle a waiver to that regulation. But it doesn't give me any of those tools to work with here.
Gotcha. Is everybody following what he's saying? Right now,
I'm
there's-
following it, but do you have any specifics in the language where you would want to see a change? Did you compose anything that is specific to what you're saying, or are you just saying, "Well, I don't like this"?
Well, I'm just saying that there is no standard here for me to have anything to apply to.
So the standard, in my looking at it from an innovative land use now, not zoning, the standards are the normal setbacks.
I think it's hard to apply a normal setback to a substandard lot, though.
Innovative land use, that's right. So innovative land use allows the planning board, or any planning board, to look at that and waive those conditions.
So if that's what your intent is, this should say it needs to meet current standard building setbacks. It should say something of that measure in this ordinance, because otherwise it's arbitrary.
That's going to raise the bar, though. That's going to, I think that makes the bar more
It
difficult to
can't
meet.
meet current setbacks. There's no way that lots around the ponds can do that, substandard lots.
But you need a starting point, that's all I'm saying, is there has to be some standard to start with.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question of Joe?
Roger?
Joe, if we did put that in language to meet the current setbacks, but subject to planning board issuing waivers for the setbacks?
Well, I think that a waiver you could put in there some sort of language that says a waiver may be granted for this if shown there's no other alternative, or there has to be some relief to it. Again, zoning is there, a zoning board is there as zoning relief, right? So if you have an ordinance, you can't fit the square peg in a round hole type of thing, then there you go to the zoning board, you know? So in this case, if you're gonna need a waiver to it.
I totally get your point, though, about, you know, there's nothing definitive here, so, but if we put that in where it need to meet current setbacks, or it should meet current setbacks.
The problem is, though, Roger, with current setbacks is at a 50-foot, some lots over there might be 30-foot, or 45-foot wide.
but
You
if
take
we added
15
what
feet
Joe
off of
just-
each side, they're starting with,
It's
you
hard
know,
on lake
a
lots.
path.
It truly is, and,
But,
you know,
but if you made it, like Joe said, that the planning board, if it's unable to meet the setbacks, the planning board may approve waivers.
oh, it would definitely have.
I'm just trying
have
to
be
make it
that
fit,
way.
that's all.
Right. Yeah. Let's take some more public input, because we're not going to decide on anything on that with just that type of comment. That's, I mean, it's a point well taken, Joe, but, so, for the record, we need your name and address.
Yes, sure. My name is Joost Verhofstadt. I live at 96 Webster Avenue in Pelham, New Hampshire. I wanted to address your comment on social media. And then I want to...
Don't do social media, so I haven't seen anything. I've just
I
heard
just
from
saw
a
it at
couple
the,
other
I haven't
members.
contributed, and, but I want to explain to you with some facts why there's some of that gut reaction from the people. And I'm not trying to justify it, because there was a lot of abuse.
You don't have to, we have a First Amendment.
No, I will use the word, you were abused. But I just want to give you some facts. And I want to explain how these facts come across and how I feel about these facts, okay? So that's a fact. I feel about these facts the way I am. And then I want to, then I have a big ask for you guys. So
what?
first of all,
What was the last thing you said? Big what?
an ask. I want to ask
Oh,
you.
ask. You're going to ask some, okay.
Ask.
All right.
So first, I mean, I want to just build on what Joe said. This is extremely vague, what you have here. You know, you would think that adequate spacing for air and light would be something that neighbors would have something to say about. So if neighbors are saying, fine, no, this is no problem, you would think that would satisfy 95% of your requirements, right? Because it's a very subjective requirement. And the same with the requirement for spread of fire. You would think you'd leave that up to the fire department and not to anybody else, right? So why are this here? So you know, what we've seen is we see this overcrowding or undue crowding standard already being applied with very vague or non-defined standards in some concerning manners. And the issue is that just the word overcrowding or undue crowding is very subjective. I mean, overcrowding in a place like Pelham means something very different from overcrowding in New York City, right? I mean, where you have neighbors above you, below you, next to you, on both sides, etc. And people are happy living there, right? So the same is true on these ponds. For 120 years now, there have been basically 50 by 100 feet lots there. People have built houses, 2-bedroom houses on there. So it appears now that when somebody proposes to build a house that has a footprint that's no larger than the house right next to it, which is 120 years old, or the house next to that, and it has a structure that's very similar, so it fits right in. None of these, this is not a mega mansion, right? I'm not going to talk about these McMansions. I mean, you guys need to deal with that. That's not my problem. You build a reasonable structure that meets all the requirements. I look at this, there's no issue with light and air. You know, it's on the northwest side of the one house next to it, so, and there's a wall of trees now, so there's no light or air anyway. The fire department can talk about the fire requirements. There's no risk to the pond. There's no vernal pools. There are none of these things that you're listing here. Yet, it's been denied because of overcrowding. And then we go, what? What is overcrowding? Go away. We don't want to talk about it.
Do you have like a specific thing, something that you're thinking about right now?
No, something that happened in the zoning board. Okay? A request for a variance was denied exactly as I just described to you. And they were obliquely referring really to the stuff that's here in this, new rules ordinance that you want to set
So
up.
if that had came
The word overcrowding
if that
was...
had came in front of this board under this ordinance, that may not have happened because it wouldn't have been the ZBA that shut that person
It's a little
down.
coincidental that similar language is used, right? So people freak out, right? I mean, can you understand that people freak out over that? There's not a single actual, issue with light, with fire, with air, with vernal pools, with erosion. The size of the structure is just like these buildings that are there. And I heard somebody in the zoning board say, we need to close the barn door, like basically saying we don't want any more building. So people see this with this very vague language, and they go like, what is going on? So people are reading what isn't here. It's not what's written here, it's what's not written here. I mean, Joe is 100% right. The issue is not with what's here. This looks like motherhood and apple pie, right? But it's so vague that the problem is with what's not written here. Okay, it's so vague that people see what's happening in the zoning board and they freak out. And that's why you got some of that abuse, right? Okay, I mean, you can understand that, right? Well,
I would say everybody on this board fully understands
it comes
that.
across like the zoning board is, there's no reason given, no technical reason. It's just almost like religion. It's like, it's like big government, kind of like socialism, like this is how we're going to live. This is how it's going to be, The next thing is they're going to take everybody's gun away. because they want it, or whatever. I mean,
That's
well,
the
think
that's the
about it.
Second Amendment. You have the
Oh,
first, you have the first and
All
the
right,
Second
one at a
in the
time.
country.
But
They're not trying to do any
But
of
I mean,
that.
that's how it comes across, right? It comes across like big government, socialism, next thing is our guns. And that's how this comes across. So people are freaking out, and I'm freaking out. So,
It wasn't designed, I don't want to interrupt
No,
you a
I-
lot, but this wasn't designed to try to be more restrictive than the ZBA, and I don't want to throw the ZBA under the bus, but they kind of sort of maybe had something to do with us trying to help out a little bit and make it so that what you just talked about wasn't
yeah, but I don't want you to
wasn't a
wash your
thing,
hands of
because
all of this, because...
where do you go when the ZBA turns you down? Where do you go? You have, if the planning board were involved and can have another peer review engineer working with, say, this engineer, then things can get hashed out. But when you're in a ZBA only situation, you're at the mercy of the ZBA. And again, I'm not throwing the ZBA under the bus, but if, I'm assuming it must have been you that you're talking about, because you seem to know an awful lot about that. You would probably have been then in front of this board, and we would be advising the next board, which would be the select board, and still no way of negotiating with you. So, we would probably be looking at a plan saying, boy, it would be nice if it had this or this, or, change this a
Oh,
little bit.
that would be
And-
great.
And we wouldn't have had that ability because it started at the
so-
ZBA, so we don't have that. And this was,
Well, that's a lot
I'm
of
not trying to say
value
this is
add.
trying to
That's-
eliminate the ZBA, but on certain instances, this is trying to eliminate the ZBA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
Well, that wasn't clear, by the way, from this either, so...
No, well, you can't do that
all the
because it's
good
another
s-
branch of
not only-
government, and you can't go beat each other up.
The good stuff and the bad stuff are not clear at all, neither of them, but, so
Go ahead.
that's
So,
helpful, thank you.
Continue with what you were saying.
Yeah, so, we around Little Island Pond have a Little Island Pond Association. We're very well organized. We have a large number of the people are a member, a good portion. We're very active. We're dealing with issues. We're very concerned about the quality of all the things that you're listing here. We're concerned about. We would love to work with the town. I mean, why wouldn't you, before writing this stuff up, give Little Island Pond Association a call and meet with us? We could collaborate. We're doing everything we can to maintain water quality. We're working. We're working on watershed issues. We're raising money. We're very actively raising money. So we have budget to in the next year raise, address issues like watershed, go door to door to tell people what they should be using for in their laundry, for detergents, and please don't use herbicides, pesticides on your grass. So we're very active. We want to do more. We want to do better. We would love to work with the town. This feels a little bit like we're working against the town. It comes across aggressively. The way it was perceived. I hear you. That it wasn't meant that way, but that's how it came across. So I just wanted you to understand that.
Yeah, it basically is a very, very extremely shortened version of Wyndham that is just so overpoweringly overreaching, and it's like we weren't looking to do that. We were looking to just very point-specific, limit what this is going to be looking at to what it says, just substandard
Well,
lots
I think
and
everybody
non-conforming
agrees.
seasonal,
We all
so
agree
that
with the
could
intent.
potentially be taken out of the hands of the ZBA and brought to this board for a much more microscopic look, a better ability to, deal with the engineers, things of that nature. It certainly wasn't designed to make it so that you weren't going to be able to do anything around the pond. That's not the intention at all.
Well, it would be good if you could communicate better. Before you draw these things up, come meet with the Little Island Pond Association and let's talk this over. So we know what you're going to come up with and we can support you.
Well, we're we're the planning board, and we do things by the RSA's under the guidelines.
Are you not
of-
allowed to talk
Have
to-
public hearings. No, well, this is why you're here, and this is why
Yeah.
we're enjoying having your input, because we need to have
Okay.
the public's input on this, you know? That's why when we got Joe came up, we kept him seated as long as we can keep him here, because
I'm glad you
Late
listened
for
to
me,
Joe.
too, so.
same with you. I mean, if you have some further input, let us have it, come back, you know, next meeting. We have more people, we want the input,
Okay, well,
absolutely.
An-
We're
any
not trying
questions for
to
me?
destroy your ability to enjoy your life by any stretch of the imagination.
thank you.
Anything more that, just point
No,
to,
any questions for me?
anybody have any questions for this? Yeah.
I do.
I just wanted to
What's the big ask?
I realize that this is not about anything that exists at the pond already. Anybody who has anything that's vested pre-zoning, as a matter of fact, this lady that's standing here got up quite earlier and talked about any application of a change in zoning it doesn't affect anything that already is. It's got nothing to do with that. It's got nothing to do if you have a home there. It's got nothing to do with that home or its footprint or its existence or its continuation. It's even its increase in, you see a lot of increases in heights. It's something that isn't.
No, I totally understand that, but the town values the lot at $242,000, and it looks like we're not allowed to build anything there. So that's how that comes across. So I'm just trying to explain why people are freaking out a bit.
And it's understandable, but what's happening now is if you apply the black letter law of the zoning ordinance, there's no expansion of a use. None. That's what it says. And that's been since the day zoning was implemented throughout the state, whatever town in 1950s or 40s.
Well, I dare to differ with that.
It's-
Even the chairman of the zoning board said that in the last 10 years, this application would have been a no-brainer. It seems like there's some new people in town who want to stop this stuff.
I don't, again, it's not something that already exists. It's something that doesn't exist. So if you think about what a planning board does in its everyday business, we take parcels of land all the time that are not developed, and they come in with engineers, and they produce lots that meet current zoning. The zoning is established to prevent overcrowding, to prevent pollution, to give you a micro, your own area for your own well, your own water supply, your well, and your own septic disposal. We base that on soil conditions. When you have an area of town where most or not any of the lots meet that, it's a threat to you who is there now, that if that area continues to develop where it isn't developed already, without the oversight, protective oversight of a planning board or any other board that looks for those safeguards.
100% agree, but
if you have
there need to be some clear standards, and with these
Right now, there
vague-
isn't clear
this vague
standards.
language-
There aren't any.
We don't have, this town and a lot of other towns in the state that are playing catch-up on the RSA's. I mean, there are lots around the ponds that have, we call them septic lots. They literally have a septic system on them. And they're, for a house that's on the water, they're a back lot that has a septic system on it. Well, that's all that's on that is a septic system. And it's not part of the lot, it's not legally tied to the lot that is using that for their septic system. So that lot could be sold, and the house could be sold separately. So you could literally buy a septic system, and, or you could buy a house without a septic system. You could buy a garage on a back lot that has no septic and no well, and go start using a garage, and it has no sanitary facilities in it whatsoever because it was allowed to be built without any kind of guidance from, like, the planning board. The ZBA just says, yep, we'll give you a variance, you go build that garage. Where do you use the facilities? Are you gonna go into the culvert? Are you gonna go into the pond? What are you gonna use if you just buy that garage that's on that lot? Whereas, I think that was a point that Jim was trying to make, is that when you look at what's happened over the years, a lot of stuff happened years and years and years ago, and the town and the state even is catching up, and unfortunately, things just happened, and we're trying to pull it together so that it has a uniformity and some sort of, I don't want to say guidance, because Joe's already said we got no guidance. We don't have the standards in here that we can then turn around and alter, but in an innovative land use, we have the ability to jockey things around. So like I said, if you don't have a neighbor on one side, it's like, and you come in and you say, oh, I have my house smack dab in the middle. The ZBA don't care, but the planning board's going to say to you, well, nobody's over there. Nobody can ever be over there. Scoot your house over that way, get it away from your neighbor, give them some room, and you'd probably say, yeah, that's a great idea. I never thought of that. I was trying to be, I was trying to make my sidelines both even, but Joe might think of it because
Yeah, no, not
we
arguing
beat him up
anything
all the
you
time
said.
when he comes in front of the board.
Yeah.
And he's still over here for free today.
I don't understand it. I gotta stop this. It's,
Could I just say one
Go
more
ahead,
thing?
Jim.
There are at least, that I know of, there's at least 3 regular members of this board that own property on the pond. I'm not going to put myself in their minds, but I think if they thought for a minute that this wasn't going to be helpful rather than detrimental, I think you'd hear them talking.
No, I'm glad to hear it is. I mean, I'm convinced after your explanation, and I'm very...
I know this gentleman.
But I didn't read that into this language here, so, and I accept what you're saying.
If it wasn't going to help, I've been a resident of this town for 4 generations. If I didn't think it was going to
How
help...
old are you? 400 years
I
old?
think he's older than you.
My family came in the 1800s. I'm not that old, but I'm 74. So my point to you, sir, is I think if those people on this board that own property, that have investments down there, that's serious property, it's lakefront property now, it's evolved into a different, as you say, a high-value property. If they felt any detriment coming out of this, they'd be saying that. I think what they're trying to do is preserve and protect what you already have.
Well, we want to protect, we want to preserve, we want to improve, we want to do all of that.
Oh,
And
but
we're very
we're
active.
not looking to stop.
Okay, we're
not looking
very
to just-
active with the Little Island Pond
That's not what this was
Association.
designed for. This was designed to work with
Come talk
you.
to us. You can come as citizens, you don't have to come as the board, but, come talk to us.
All right, can we get the next
Thank you so
young lady
much.
over here up? Thank you, sir. Again, for the record.
Good evening. Once again, I'm still Amy Spencer, and I still reside at 25 and 27 Honor Roll Road. For those of you who have been around for quite some time, it was Spring Street Extension. That's something that we all on the pond kind of do. My son is the 6th generation to play in Little Island Pond and to skate on Little Island Pond and to run around on the property that my great-great-grandfather, along with others whose names you'll see, including Jim's, around town in various places. So I agree with, I think, the sentiment that I think at least most people share, that we all do want to preserve and protect the water and the water quality. We've had, I don't have statistics on this, but it seems that we've had more cyanobacteria outbreaks in the last, I'd say 10 years than we had when I was growing up as a child. And that's a problem. And
What kind of outbreaks did you
sorry,
say?
cyanobacteria.
Oh, okay.
Those who are on the pond are familiar with it. The state comes in and does testing, and there are percentages that are safe and that are not safe, but in any event, there's been more. And, you know, I'd like to go through this from a legal perspective. I have some questions. I have questions about what is here. I have some questions about what is not here. I also have some questions about some of what is in the minutes where this ordinance has been discussed over the last few months. Let's start, I guess, with the ordinance itself. So earlier this evening, I think I heard you say that this is a process, and I don't know if it was instead of or in addition to the current process. So
Could you
before we...
repeat the first word?
Excuse me?
Could you repeat what you just said?
Earlier this evening, I think I heard you or someone, but I think it was you, Mr. Chairman, say that this process, and I didn't quite catch if it was in addition to the current zoning board process or instead of. So what I'm asking
I think I understand what you
at
just
the
said.
outset, before we look at the language or the minutes, before we get there, I want to understand, and I think it would be helpful for everyone to understand, is this to replace the current process?
Yes.
Or do landowners have an option to go either through the proposed process here or the current process through the zoning board, which I think most of us know, ultimately, if you are denied again and again, you can end up in court where due process applies.
Right.
So my first question is this instead of or in addition to?
Instead of, and it only pertains to those two types of lots that we've been talking about. So everybody else that's already there, living there, does not use this. You can't use this. You have to go to the ZBA. This board is not trying to overwhelm itself with taking on the role of the ZBA. This was strictly for where there's no house now or a seasonal conversion that is looking to make a larger, like a tear down and go to like a larger one. So if you had a seasonal house now and you were going to just go get a building permit and rebuild that seasonal house, you can do that. It doesn't, you're not going to come in front of this board and get permission to do that because you're just rebuilding, you're getting a building permit. So if you were going to tear down your house and you're going to build I think somebody called it a mini McMansion or a McMansion or something, rather than going to the ZBA, you come to this board with that.
So let's take a step back, because I think it's really important, and I know legally it's really important, in addition to having sufficiently clear standards to apply to ensure that the ordinance would be applied fairly. In addition to that, the definitions are really important, and language matters.
The definitions are really what?
Important.
Important.
They're important.
Okay. Important.
Yes.
Okay.
So let's go first to applicability. And I think part of the confusion, because I think there has been some confusion, although there are also some real questions and concerns. So that first sentence of the applicability section, the special provisions established in this watershed protection ordinance shall apply to proposed development within the watershed for substandard lots and non-conforming lots with seasonal dwellings. So I think the first point where people may have had perhaps unwarranted concerns, to your point, is it seemed, and earlier when you described what it applied to, you stopped short and just said non-conforming lots, and didn't add with seasonal dwellings. Now, the seasonal dwelling question is a separate question, but right now, I'm distinguishing between non-conforming lots, which I think most of us know is every single lot around the pond.
That would be every lot, exactly.
That's every lot. And what it appears here, and I just want, first, I think you've said this a couple times, but I want it really clear for the record. And then we'll talk about what seasonal dwelling means and what it applies to and what it doesn't apply to. But first and foremost, definitionally, this ordinance would not, if passed, it would not apply to non-conforming lots with existing year-around dwellings.
Correct.
Okay, number one.
That is an affirmative.
Okay, number two, in that case, I would propose, just to the language now, I would propose a change to the second paragraph where it says all lots. It should make clear that all lots, all substandard lots, and non-conforming lots with seasonal dwellings. Because
Yeah,
when
that-
you change,
That was a change I think we already made, right?
What's that?
Wasn't that a change we already made? We're gonna scratch the all lots and put that wording into it. I have that down here, we already discussed that, so,
I didn't see
Yeah.
that, but
yeah, that was a change we just discussed tonight, so, yep.
that was not discussed tonight from my perspective. I was standing there and I didn't hear it tonight.
Earlier tonight, I
But-
have it scratched out here, we were gonna take out all lots.
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah,
We'll-
and then
we'll-
replace that with substantial,
We'll,
or substandard and non-conforming and seasonal dwellings.
Well,
Was a
with-
discussion.
Not and. This is what I'm talking about. Language is very important. And we're talking about rights. We're talking about rights in the bundle of rights that are property rights. And language is incredibly important. And I know Attorney Radigan, and many of you, most of you, if not all of you know him, agrees with that. So when you said replace all lots with approximately what it said up there, but not exactly what it said up there, that's a problem. So what I said was to replace all lots with substandard lots and non-conforming lots with seasonal dwellings, not and seasonal dwellings. It matters.
All right.
That I think would help address the ambiguity or the concern that I think some people had or have, that it's not completely clear which lots it applies to. Your assurance that it would only apply more narrowly, while still perhaps leaving questions and concerns, I think alleviates some of the questions and concerns, at least some of mine. So replacing all lots with substandard lots and non-conforming lots with seasonal dwellings would help. I share this gentleman's concerns about the lack of, and it's not even the lack of standards, because there are legal standards in case law for what undue and adequate mean. But it's, the word that I've heard used tonight and that is of some concern is arbitrary. If an ordinance is applied, I know we're talking about passage tonight, but
You're talking
if
about what
passed-
tonight?
Passage. We're talking about whether this should even pass, whether it
Oh,
should
okay.
exist.
Yeah, I didn't
We're
hear
not
that word.
talking about, we're not here because it exists already and it's being applied in one way or another.
Mm-hmm.
But if we're going to legislate, we should legislate with an eye towards how it will be applied, because every piece of legislation is intended to be applied. And I think part of the concern is what was expressed by this gentleman who I apologize, I'm afraid, is it Jim?
Joe?
Joe, thank you. Expressed that if there aren't any standards, there's a greater risk that it is applied arbitrarily. And I think that the gentleman who spoke moments ago was, and I don't mean to put words in his mouth at all, he spoke very well for himself, but I have heard and seen, in speaking to folks on Little Island Pond and being on the Little Island Pond Association website and so forth, Facebook page, sorry, that concern about arbitrary application or enforcement is a real concern. And
Excuse me, can I stop you for a second? Mr. Chairman, are these properties under innovative land use?
What's that, Roger?
The properties that we're trying to create this ordinance for, are they presently under this board's jurisdiction for innovative land use?
No.
Okay.
No, they're-
All right, go on.
Yep, okay.
That's what this ordinance was for, was to try to get them under the jurisdiction of innovative land
Okay.
use.
Correct, instead of the process through the zoning board that currently results in going to court where due process applies if you are arbitrarily, arguably denied. But going back to the language before we took a slightly different direction. I want to look at the definition now. It's on the first page. The watershed area shall include an area within 1,500 feet of these four surface water bodies.
You're not in definitions yet.
No, I'm not.
I thought you said you wanted to go into definitions.
I said before I go there, I
Oh,
want to look at...
before you go there, okay.
I want to
Some-
look, well,
Some things
all
you
right.
say are muffled by the mask and I don't
We
quite
can
catch
go
it.
to...
Sorry.
Yeah, let's stick with the 1,500 feet for a minute. 1,500 feet is nearly a quarter of a mile. I understand now that it only applies to substandard lots, and we'll look at that definition in a minute, and non-conforming lots with seasonal dwellings. But for perspective, a quarter of a mile from the eastern shore of Little Island Pond is the Shepherd cul-de-sac.
It's the what?
The Shepherd cul-de-sac. The western, yes.
Oh,
The
okay.
western end of Shepherd Drive.
Right, so there wouldn't be any substandard lots up there, there wouldn't be
Well,
any...
but there might be in between Honor Roll Road and Shepherd.
Okay,
And that is a very far distance.
yeah.
And I want to go to the minutes for a second. And
Because that
it's-
number could easily be changed with the scratch of a pen and a vote
Yep,
of a board.
yep,
to-
well, but it shouldn't be changed just with the scratch of a pen. That's what I'm about to suggest. So if we go to the minutes for October 24 of 2022
Because that's just an arbitrary number.
and turn to page 207, there's a line in the first paragraph. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines down, referring to the 1,500 feet. Mr. Doherty said that's an arbitrary number pulled out of the air. So
It would be.
if this were to go to court, though, and somebody within that distance said, well, I don't like this outcome because it's arbitrary, there would be no defense for no, it isn't, because one, it is arbitrary, but two, it says it's arbitrary right here in the minutes.
Right.
So what I would propose, if this ordinance is going to continue to be considered, what I would propose is instead of pulling a number out of the air or, changing it with the scratch of a pen, we've talked a lot about experts here tonight. And if what we're really concerned about is protecting the watershed area or protecting the land around the ponds that needs to be protected, we need a wetlands expert, one of those individuals we were talking about earlier, to tell us or give an opinion to us on what that area should be. That
Yeah,
would...
You could extend it out to the entire watershed, so any water that would be shutting down into any of those ponds, now you're out miles.
That is, but the point is that is arbitrary.
Right.
That is arbitrary. What I am suggesting is if this is going to continue to be considered, that instead of pulling an arbitrary number out of the air or just scratching it out and picking something else random, that we hire an expert, a wetlands expert, the kind of person that I think Jim and maybe Joe, others might have, Kevin, I think, mentioned it, were talking about earlier. And I don't think that the determination of the distance, if this ordinance is going to continue to be considered, the determination of the distance that it should apply to cannot be made, and cannot be made in a way that would sustain a challenge if one were raised in court without reference to or relying on an expert. So another suggestion that I'm making tonight is that, I don't know if it would require tabling it or what, but that before the next public meeting, discussing this, before the public hearing, an expert comes in and makes that determination as to what distance around which ponds actually needs this different process than the process that actually exists.
Right, but you're looking at one pond.
No, I'm looking, no, it's,
over on
so that's the
Island
one that
Pond,
I'm familiar
assuming.
with. I'm looking at the number.
Right.
I'm looking at 1,500 feet.
Yeah.
I'm not looking at one pond.
Right.
I'm looking at the number, 1,500 feet.
When you look at districts and you set lines in districts, we have zoning districts all around town, and there are lines that get drawn. So this was just a line that was picked so that there was a starting point. So you could say, let's table this ordinance, and you're going to be right back to what you have now,
No.
which is fine with the board, because we don't really have any skin in the game as far as what the general public is going to be subject to, whether or not you're going to get through the ZBA process or you're not going to get through the ZBA process. We weren't trying to make this a situation where you're saying that because we didn't go out quite far enough.
That's
or we-
not what
or
I'm
we
saying.
went
No,
out a
I
little
need you to, no,
too
you're
far.
not going to put words in my mouth. I did not say that we did not go out far enough. I want to make that really clear. What I said was that the number 1,500 feet, one, is very large. It is nearly a quarter of a mile from any of the pond shores, not just Little Island Pond, any of them. What I'm also saying is that number, by the words of this board,
My
was
words.
an arbitrary number that he, and I don't know if that's referring to Mr. Beauregard, I believe it's referring to Mr. Beauregard, but I can't really tell here. In any event, that an arbitrary number that someone here pulled out of thin air.
Those
What
are
I
my
am
words.
suggesting is that instead of an arbitrary number pulled out of thin air, that we consult, we as a town, you as a board, that we consult an expert, somebody who knows and understands the land around these bodies of water and can provide an opinion, an expert opinion on what distance out really needs to be protected in the way that you're suggesting here in the ordinance. That's what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting instead of an arbitrary number that is pulled out of thin air, that we consult an expert and get an expert opinion as to if this is going to be, in effect, Mr., Miss, wetlands expert, what should that distance be? And that goes at least partway to talking about addressing what Joe was talking about.
Could I stop you for a second? Mr. Chairman, I think that what she's saying is that she's looking at one number as being arbitrary, but I think if we did get an expert, you might not be happy, because this goalpost may be moving constantly. So excuse me, let me have the floor for a minute, okay? There are a number of water bodies around this town that this board is trying to protect. Yours is one of them,
That's
okay?
correct. I'm
Could you-
interested in
could you let me
protecting
speak, please?
more- I do not appreciate
Could
the
you
implication.
allow me to speak?
I do not
Okay,
appreciate.
I have the floor, please.
I do not appreciate the implication.
Just let me speak. I let you speak. There are a number of bodies of water around this town that we're trying to protect. Now, this starts, I have no attachment to Little Island Pond. Other members may live near there. But there was a woman that came here, an environmentalist, who gave us at least an hour dissertation about the life and history of the ecosystem of these ponds. She used your pond as one. And it seems like the life of a pond goes over hundreds of years, maybe thousands of years. Okay, so you're aware of that. So this opened my eyes because she said that in the last 10 years, this pond has advanced hundreds of years to the completion of its life cycle in just a short period of time. Bam. All of you folks, including that gentleman that spoke before, are concerned. You have an association to protect that water source. We're on board, okay? So we're trying to create something protective so that you people and us and this town can enjoy a pristine water source. I've been there. I don't live there. I went there recently and looked at that facility, that whole pond. It's beautiful. I really never knew that we had that kind of diamond in this town until I really looked at it. But there are other water sources in this town that have these needs equally. So this board is trying to protect that. It seems like around Island Pond, there's more concentration, so the advancement is more intense there. And we're trying to put something together that you can live with and that can slow the process down of the pond dying, because it's dying.
So there's...
Oh, just let me finish, okay? I let you, that's not
You
fair.
didn't. You
That's not
interrupted
right, what
me.
you're doing, okay?
You interrupted me.
So, you're interrupting
You interrupted me
Excuse
as
me.
well. You did.
So, I'm trying to tell these people right now that we're here to help protect you, all right? And what the chairman is saying is that we're trying, it's not, we start with a number and then we try to work it. Do we need, if you want, sometimes what you wish for is not always the good thing. If you get an environmentalist up there, they're very precise on what they want to do. They might go further than 1,500
That's fine.
feet,
That
way
is
further.
that's
okay?
absolutely fine,
But it may be that you can't pick one number.
That's absolutely...
Okay?
Well,
So there
maybe
might be,
there's a
it might be
range.
zones, it might be regions, you might have graphs, who knows?
Let's
Okay?
stop arguing between you two. We're supposed to go through the chair. One of the things that we did was we used the assessor's office, and we tried to look at the various ponds and how far out you would be finding a non-conforming lot with a seasonal dwelling, but more probably, we were more looking at the substandard lots, and because the non-conforming lots, they're going to be close to the pond for the most part, maybe within 400 or 500 feet, but there could have been some substandard lots that were further out, and so to pick a number and try to be inclusive, you go with a larger number, but it doesn't, if it doesn't apply to anything beyond 500 feet or 1,000 feet, it's really not that relevant, because if there's no substandard lots out there, then we're never going to see it. So if this said 3,000 feet or 5 miles, you're not going to have one that's out there. So if they're not out there, they're not out there. And we're not trying to get them that are away from out of the watershed. You might have a substandard lot on the other side of town somewhere that is 5 miles away from a body of water, but it's not relevant to the watershed, and the ZBA would handle that. We were just trying to pick a small amount of work away from the ZBA and get it so that it came into the purview of innovative land use. And as far as what you're suggesting to hire an expert, that's fine. I mean, if the, Little Island Pond Association or some other association would like to get involved, I mean, the whole thing could be done next year or 2 years from now. The association could write an ordinance, but you certainly haven't, not yet. So that's why this board tried to do something for the people of the town.
Well-
So if the people of the town would like to do something, that would be even better, because then it gets a lot more public input before it comes here to the board. You can do zoning by ballot petition.
Right.
And people have done that and come in front of our board and got the support of the board and had zoning districts changed by previous planning boards. So this board is not, we're not trying to tie your hands, and if you want to get involved, that'd be fine with us.
Okay, so I've heard a couple different things about this 1,500 feet. I'll ask the question one more time, and then I'll move on from that to the next thing. I heard you say that there was investigation done into how many non-conforming lots, how many substandard lots or non-conforming lots with seasonal dwellings on them were in this 1,500 feet. I didn't see that analysis in any of the minutes, and maybe I missed some of the minutes, but I didn't see that analysis in any of the minutes.
Okay.
So if someone could point us, not now, but if someone could point me anyway, and I think the rest of the public, to where that analysis took place, that might be helpful. The other thing this gentleman mentioned was that there was an expert who came in, an environmentalist, who gave some opinions about the life cycle of the pond and the status of it now, 10 years ago, and so forth and so on. I also didn't see any of that analysis in the minutes.
She's sitting behind her. She's right there in the crowd.
That wasn't my point, though. It's not in the minutes.
She's the one who's in the minutes, though, so you
Where
can
in the
speak with her, too.
Where in the
If you want to go to the town webpage and go
I
under
have-
search and
I
write
have-
in that information under subtitles, it'll bring you right to all the meetings.
I understand, and I have the 3 sets of minutes that I was able to locate where this ordinance was talked about, and her opinion, which I would be very interested to hear, and I think a lot of people would, was not in any of these minutes.
You could go on to search and hit biologist opinions. It comes up under our planning board meeting of that particular date, under keywords.
Apparently it wasn't discussed within the context of this ordinance.
No, it was not.
I'm just trying to
It
help
was
you
not
find the
as
the
part of
meeting
this
minutes.
I appreciate that, but,
Yeah, I
but my
mean-
point is that the ordinance itself and the 1,500 feet, the line is not informed by, or at least as represented in the minutes, an expert opinion, and in fact, it's stated that it was arbitrary and chosen, pulled out of thin air.
You have said that many times, and the
and
board has
so-
taken what you've said, and we understand what you're saying.
Okay,
right?
great.
And I told you that I am the person that said arbitrary.
Mm-hmm.
That was my exact words, okay? I'm not exactly sure why you continue to go down that road, because,
We're going down a different road.
what's that?
We're going down a different road. I'm done
Okay.
with that road.
Right. The point has been made.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
So, back to kind of the process. You had said that for substandard lots within the 1,500 feet and non-conforming lots with seasonal dwellings, that this process would replace the current zoning board process. Did I hear that right?
We don't have one. No.
This would be instead of
No.
what currently happens with the zoning board.
I'm not sure that I understand what you,
That's where I started. I
You're-
started with, is this,
right, why are you like
because I have a
constantly
I have a
going back over
follow-up.
and over again to
I
stuff
have
that
a
we have.
follow-up question.
We gave you,
I have a follow-up question. What is the appeal process if somebody is denied by this board?
Court,
So you still end up in court?
Yes.
your
Okay.
prerogative.
That's
First,
helpful.
don't
That's
answer.
helpful to understand.
what was the question?
What is the question is, what is the appeal process if a person who came before this board was denied? Because you said earlier that this would be instead of the current
Correct.
zoning board process
Right.
for substandard lots and non-conforming lots with seasonal dwellings
The-
within
The same appeal as
1,500
if you
feet.
lost to the ZBA would be going to the Superior
Okay.
Court. It's always the same spot that you go to when you do the appeals.
Great, that was the question.
Right.
Because there was some
We cannot
discussion-
change the way the state RSAs work.
No, that, I don't want to. You have due process in court. So I was actually asking to make sure that that was the case. Okay, moving to the definitions. Seasonal dwelling, I think what you have here, and I've heard this defined in different ways by various members, and it's important if you're going to have a definition that you stick to that definition. So what I understand is that a seasonal dwelling, the definition here is a seasonal dwelling unit, a dwelling unit that lacks any one of the following amenities: functioning electricity, central heating system, insulation in walls and ceilings, indoor drinking water, indoor cooking, and indoor sanitary facilities. Is that right? Did I read that right?
I think you read it correct.
Okay. I've heard a few times, a few different references to seasonal dwellings, and
Are you asking a question?
I
or
am
you-
going to ask a
Or are you
question.
making a statement?
I'm going to ask a question.
Okay.
And I think I could do either, but I'm going to ask a question. I've heard a few times someone say that this doesn't apply to a lot that has an existing house or structure on it. And that's not true if it applies to seasonal dwellings, right?
I'm not sure if you're asking me a question or not.
I'm asking, a seasonal dwelling is a structure on a lot, right?
Yes.
So it would apply, if passed, it would apply to lots with some existing structures. And seasonal dwellings, I don't see where it says that you can rebuild or where you can change a seasonal dwelling into a year-round dwelling as long as you don't increase the footprint. This doesn't, that might be good, but this doesn't say that. I don't think, or show me where this says that, because I think that might alleviate some of the concerns. But that's not what this says, or not that I can see. So if that is something that is on the table, allowing a seasonal dwelling to
Are
be
you trying
turned.
to say that a definition
No,
should have, be part of the applicability?
Well,
A definition is just a
I don't
definition.
know that it's actually,
Definitions can't tell you what to do. They're definition. By definition, it's a definition.
Sure,
It's just-
but what does it actually, does it apply to turning a seasonal dwelling into a year-round dwelling by, for example, adding functioning electricity? Would that require this onerous approval process where you have to go through 3 or 4 different boards, possibly pay for an outside engineer, and then be subject to what appear to be somewhat, as Joe said, arbitrary standards? What is the difference in this board's mind or in this ordinance between
I think you're
turning-
trying too hard to
I'm
get,
not.
to get this board to try to implement an ordinance that's not. This is a draft ordinance.
No, I'm
that we-
making
we can't,
suggestions to make
like,
the ordinance something
hypothetically
different.
start trying to implement an ordinance that is not an ordinance, and you're trying to take a definition and try to make it like it's part of something that it's not.
I'm not. That's not what I'm doing at all, respectfully. What I'm doing is suggesting that the definition, as Joe said, does not adequately describe what this ordinance is actually designed to apply to. If someone comes in seeking to add functioning electricity to what is now, what would be a seasonal dwelling, if they add functional electricity to what would now be a seasonal dwelling, that's no longer a seasonal dwelling? Do they have to come and ask if they can add functional electricity to turn it into a year-round dwelling? Or if they get that permission from the, the electrical, the current permitting process, is that not a seasonal dwelling anymore? It's these types of questions, these types of holes. And if you want to say that I'm trying to make it something that it isn't, that might be true. But I'm trying to point out holes that could be applied in an arbitrary way that would be very problematic.
If I may, I think that's a change of use, so wouldn't that have to go in front of the Board of our Adjustment? If it's a change of use type thing?
What's that?
If you're trying to do a change of use on one of those, would that be something that goes in front of the Board of Adjustment or planning?
I'm not really sure where she's going with what she's talking about.
Oh, okay.
She's trying to
'Cause you-
change the use of the structure.
To change the
If
use
it's
of-
seasonal, and she wants to make it all year round, it has to conform to what all year round is, which includes all these things listed.
Yeah.
Right? So she'd have to go through the permitting process to get to a permanent house versus seasonal.
I thought the question was, if I want to install electricity on my house, do I have to come in front of the planning board?
No.
You would get an electrical permit.
It's a similar question. Jen, go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry, do you mind if I just
No,
cut in real
please.
quick? That's a similar concern that I had earlier when I was telling you, when I was trying to read that particular section. If something suddenly becomes year-round by virtue of doing one of these things, how would we necessarily, we do not have something right now, there's not a permitting process right now to convert from seasonal to year-round. And I think that's what she's saying, that's what I'm hearing anyway, when I'm listening to her.
There is no process in this town, and most towns in New Hampshire, there is no process. There's no paperwork that you can grab and look at it and follow a process to try to convert your seasonal property over.
Okay.
So right now, it is just a,
It's the
Regular
same process
permit.
that people
nobody's
use
treated the
for-
same. Nobody's been treated the same ever in this town for a long, long time. And, what you're asking, I guess, to try to get everything really, really, really specific, to do an ordinance like that. and
That's
get-
not, I'm
and-
not
and
asking,
dot
oh,
all
no,
your
no,
i's
I'm
and
not
all your
asking for an
t's
ordinance like
and-
that. I want to
and
be really
create
clear.
something like that that you
I'm not-
can
no.
definitively pinpoint on
That's
every
not,
single.
nope, I'm not asking for an
It
ordinance.
would be
That's
a
not what I'm
30-page
asking for.
ordinance.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
What's that?
Point of order, you're the chairman. This woman is talking over you and you're trying to explain it.
I'm
I don't
trying,
need
trying
to
to
be
be
told what I
semi-polite,
said.
Roger,
Robert's
but-
rules
Yeah.
do not allow that.
Yeah,
I don't
you,
need to
Roger.
be told what I said, however.
yeah, he is correct.
Excuse me.
Shouldn't be talking over the members of the planning board. We're all volunteers here, we don't get paid at all. We volunteer our time to try to help the town out, because in order for a town to have zoning, have a master plan, follow the RSAs, the towns need volunteers.
I understand.
to
I
come
was the
in,
member-
and-
I was a
and
member of
we-
the select
We do our
board.
best that we can
Yep.
to try to, when we see problems that people are having, we try to help out. And right now, I understand that you would love this ordinance to be something that it's not. It was just a basic, simple thought that the board had to try to come in and possibly help the people of the town, but obviously it's not going to happen because, you're just not going to realize that you're going to probably have to get your, whatever associations you were talking about, involved and try to create something and then come back to the board, because I think the board's probably pretty tired right now with trying to, even have the will to go forward and help the town out. I mean,
So-
you're going to be at the mercy of the ZBA. So just, I think that's what's going to happen, and, then maybe next year or the following year, maybe you guys want to come back with something to try to help yourselves out.
So I've been a member of the Select Board. I've been
Is-
a member of the Budget Committee. I understand and appreciate your service. I know how much time it takes. It takes a lot of time in addition to busy lives with jobs and families, and I appreciate that, and I think everyone here
Would you be willing to
appreciates.
give another member of the public a chance, an opportunity to speak? 'Cause I don't
I-
really want to just limit your time, because we
So-
can, if this goes forward again on the next meeting, then we can hear you again, but you've had a lot of time tonight, and there is a young lady behind you that would really like to, she's just, her arm's going to fall asleep if she holds it up any longer.
So respectfully, I am happy to yield the floor to the woman behind me. I will point out that the point that I was making about the seasonal dwellings is what Ms. Beauregard was saying, and also looking at the septic system, general under septic systems, there's language in there that is ambiguous with respect to expansion of an existing structure or the seasonal conversion to year-round of an existing structure. That language is where, in addition to the definition, I think the issue.
Now I have two waivers, so
That-
I am going to have to ask you to
Beauregard
step down and
Was-
let somebody else talk. I'm going to have
was
to limit the
speaking
amount of
about,
time.
and I'm
And I can do
happy
that as chair, so would you
that-
please sit back in the audience? We will give you opportunity again.
I'm happy to do that, I
Thank you.
understand. I just do not want anyone to mistakenly put words in my mouth on the record, so I needed to make that
I'm not
clear.
trying to do that. This
Great.
board is not trying to do that.
Fabulous.
All right.
Thank you.
The young lady in the red sweater, you want to yield your time to her?
I want to go and ask her.
To this lady? Okay.
She'd like the ordinance, how it should be implemented.
I'll be quick.
Thank you for coming.
My name is Gail Ratcliffe. I live at 17 Wokel Circle.
17 Walco.
I have been a resident of Pelham since 1965. Things have really changed in the town of Pelham. Things have gotten really out of control. And as Mr. Bergeron said, I'm going to quote him, I did make an investment. I did make an investment. I bought property behind us. We are on the back side, and a member of this board. Actually, there are 3 of them that really shouldn't even be on the board.
If you would like to be on the board and volunteer your time,
I know, you
on the
know
next
what?
election, just
I'm
throw
actually,
your name on a ballot, because we're always looking for more people. Right.
I'm sure
Different
I
people.
probably do okay.
Yeah.
We made an investment
Mm-hmm.
for our children. And we own all the property in the back of one of the board members here.
Okay.
And we're looking to build. And from what's going on, I can see that we're going to have a problem
With what?
building.
Why would you have a
Because-
problem with building? Did you say you have a lot of land, a lot, like one lot of land, or a lot
No,
of land?
we have probably 9 homes we could put.
Yes, this
that's not so
ordinance
bad.
has nothing to do with that, then.
Well, if you're looking at 1,500 feet, it does.
If there's a substandard lot, which would be under 1 acre, under 200 feet of frontage, up there somewhere on your property that you want to build on, then you could do that particular piece under this innovative land use. If you have a larger parcel than that, and you want to subdivide it and put a subdivision in, this doesn't apply to that.
Well, I'm really not too sure about that because I've already been told that we will never be able to build in back there. So, in other words...
Do you want a swamp or something?
Yeah,
Why would you not be able to build?
well, there's certain situations. I'm not going to say, but I'm
All
just
right.
telling you
So
that
can we get to the ordinance? So how, do you have anything that relates to this ordinance? Because it only applies to two things, and they're both small lots. The non-conforming small lot with a seasonal dwelling or a substandard lot. That's all that it applied to. It doesn't apply to, how many acres did you say you had?
I'm not too sure.
Yes,
9
9
acres.
acres? Okay, so it would not apply to a 9-acre parcel of land. Definitely not.
Anyone else? We have other family members here as well. I'm just helping out my mother. Thank
Sure,
you. My name's
that's fine.
Molly.
Yep.
We have a
Make sure
side,
you talk loud enough so the mic
we
can
have a
pick in.
side property next to 17 Wokel, 15 Wokel Circle,
Okay.
which would not be within 1,500 feet of the waterfront. It's also does not have a foundation, so how would this affect us?
I'm not sure. How big is the property?
I need help with that.
I'm sorry?
How big is the rental next door?
Probably 75 by 100.
So that's if it doesn't have a house on it presently, then that would be
We have a house
a
on it.
substandard lot.
We have a house on it,
So that would, is anybody living in it?
year-round, yes.
So it doesn't affect that then?
So if we were to put a foundation,
What's that?
if we were to put a foundation, tear down that building at some point, this
Didn't you just say
variance.
somebody lives in it?
Yes.
They
So
want to
that-
knock
that
it down
does-
and build a
that-
new one.
this-
Saying if we're building a new
This
one.
ordinance doesn't apply to that.
It wouldn't apply. This doesn't apply.
The ordinance doesn't
Because
apply to
it's-
that.
You're already existing.
Okay.
Okay, and then what about a seasonal property that's in a family? We have a seasonal property on the same road.
A seasonal property, if you're looking to do a conversion over to a year-round, tear it down, rebuild it, then you have, right now, you would go to the ZBA. If this was in effect, you would come to the planning board.
So the seasonal one would be the concern.
If it was on a small lot, is it on a lot that's less than 1 acre?
No.
So what this ordinance does is if you want to
If it's
convert
bigger
that,
than 1 acre,
you could
then it
work with
wouldn't
the
apply
planning
either.
board to figure out a way to best make it work for you versus going to zoning where you probably just get denied, right? That's what this ordinance meant for, is to help people out to
There are
bring
people
their
that
lot
get
to stand
turned
to
on
put
by the
something in there.
ZBA, or they might get get through the ZBA process, but if it's on a private road, then it comes to us as a recommendatory board to the selectmen, which then our hands are tied because
Well,
it's not
a
innovative
public
land use.
road anyways.
We're not on an association, it's a
Yeah.
public road, it's that local circle's public.
Yeah, so then, right, so then that wouldn't come here if you went through the ZBA, and if you just said if it's over an acre, then it's certainly not gonna be, because that's probably a conforming lot at that point.
Well, I just am concerned about my investment. Pretty much that's it.
It doesn't
Thank you.
sound like anything that you just said has any relevance to this ordinance whatsoever.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But thank you for asking those questions, because that more clarifies the fact that a lot of people just did not understand what this ordinance was, the intent of this ordinance at all. For the record, could you state your name and address?
Yes, good evening. My name is Julia Steed Mawson, and I live at 17 South Shore Drive. I want to thank all of you for this very hard work that you're trying to do. I know that there are no easy answers, and it sounds like you are trying to understand how these lake systems work, and we are indeed on Little Island Pond in a situation where our lake has deteriorated, aging from what's called an oligotrophic or young lake to a mesotrophic or middle-aged lake within less than 10 years. So clearly, it seems to me, by looking at your ordinance, And I'm glad you said draft. It's clearly a draft. So thank you for not just writing the ordinance. It is a draft, and appreciate all of our comments. So it appeared to me that you were really trying to take a watershed approach to this. And I would like to know a couple of things. One is, what other towns have you used as models for this? So that's one question. And then I also want to just tell you, and I'll just get it out there right now, I believe our chair from our Lake Association is still, yes, Leanne is still with us. So we do have several members that are here. We all have different ideas and opinions, I believe, about this ordinance. I applaud your efforts tremendously. In our January meeting, Nisa March, who is from DES, is the head of the watershed program there. And she's going to be doing a presentation for us so that we can learn how we can develop a watershed management plan, which I think has some relevance to some of the questions that folks were talking about. So that's my main statement or gift to you, if you will, is this information. And the other piece, though, is there a possibility, and I don't understand the process here, so forgive me, and you've heard me say before that we ask for your patience as we try to ask thoughtful, respectful questions of you, because we are indeed in a different situation than many people in the town where we're on shared roads and shared resources. So here's my question to you. Given the fact that our neighbors have great concerns, as you've heard, there are also others of us that think this is very important because we have suffered because of how do I put it, poor decisions in terms of development that have happened on South Shore Drive and that have cost us a lot of money, even though we were not the problem ourselves, but we're now recipients of it. So I can see both sides of this coin of what you're trying to do. Is it possible for a subcommittee or a special committee be established? Could you make that a possibility in amending this in some way? I don't know, the process may be wrong.
It is possible. The years back when I first joined the planning board, we always had subcommittees. The engineer that was here was usually on them as well, even though he doesn't live in Pelham. He was willing to give and volunteer his time like he did tonight. But we haven't had any of those in a long time working on zoning. But it is possible to do that again, not for this upcoming zoning cycle.
Okay.
But for, and this, with the amount of work that this ordinance needs, there's no way that there's enough time, in my opinion, that this could be done, because we'd have to do it, get it to Jen to get on the ballot, to get on the
And that's fine, I don't mean...
advertised.
Yeah, that's fine.
And it's obvious that this ordinance does need work. Where it was an innovative land use ordinance, it was something that we have the ability on the fly to vary, I'll call it varying the zoning, like the ZBA grants variances when you go in front of them sometimes they don't. Innovative land use, the planning board does that in-house on each particular applicant that comes in front of us. So we treat each each applicant individually, and we try to cater it as best we can under innovative land use. But that being said, I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but this ordinance might not be ready for daylight this year. You might have to take it into, is it Little Island Pond Association, that you have?
We have, but I don't know what the other ponds have.
Right,
and so therefore it would be important to include.
You might be able to grab something and try to work it so that it more fits your neighborhoods that are in most distress, have the most concern about it. Obviously, everybody's concerned about, number one, their wallet. And they
right.
should be because, things can get tough at different stages of your life. And so, I mean, and we all understand that.
Right.
But, you have been in front of this board in the past and talked about the pond at length. You were the person that Danielle and Roger were talking about.
Thank you. I'm very glad that you were kind enough to
You made a
listen.
lasting impression on this board. You had actually something to do with this board trying to implement something that would help the pond, at the same time not step on the toes or the feet of the people that own the properties, because, we weren't looking to hamstring and take away people's ability to get their money back that they invested in their properties.
I'm very
That's not
excited about the
intent of
work.
the board.
I'm very excited about the work that you have started, and I'm also excited to hear about the comments from my neighbors, because that's important. None of us is as smart as all of us. In the process then, so that it says draft on this, so then you will have another meeting where comments will be presented, correct? And then is there a deliberative session as well before the vote? Forgive my ignorance.
No, it wouldn't work like that. We would have, we're very limited on time. We've been working on this actually for a long time, and probably longer than a lot of people think. And
To me, it shows it, based on the things that I've heard you folks say because of the meetings we've had.
And it's not just on the planning board level here in a camera. I mean, we don't have lives sometimes. I mean, we
Exactly.
have to spend, 50, 60 hours sometimes, and then get together with a few members, go back and
Right.
forth and talk about it, because it's not an applicant. It's not something that's in front of the planning board. So we exchange ideas, and then when we think we have something to bring forward and talk about on camera, we do. And then it's like, the young lady over there is like, well, the minutes said this, and the minutes said that, and the minutes said this.
Of course, yeah.
And it's like-
Analysis,
and
right.
I'm excited to actually think that people are paying attention to the planning board now. I mean, we're this is like the most boring job you could ever have for the town of Pelham as a volunteer, is the planning board.
You are a brave man to make
So-
a statement like that in
Well,
front of all of us.
If we can get like some young blood in here that actually can, do something better than we can, I mean, we're all for that, because
Well, I know one
we're all
other,
getting, well, not all, we have a young lady here, but a lot of us are getting old, and we're gonna need replacements. We are gonna need people that are gonna need to step up to the plate and come and volunteer for the town.
right, forgive me for interrupting you, but I know that there's another gentleman that wanted to speak after me, so I want to make sure that I'm not monopolizing the time, but I
Probably
will
5
share
more.
with you the info about the DES presentation, if that's helpful for you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Before you step away from the table, you asked some questions that weren't answered. You wanted to know if they were model towns. Yes, they were model towns. We have a sister town, Wyndham, that has a watershed protection ordinance. It's very involved.
Okay.
We felt,
If you implemented that, every single person that lives or has a property around the pond would be in front of this planning board and wishing that you never implemented that
you think
ordinance.
1,500 feet is
be in
a reach.
violation or something.
Wyndham's reaches the entire watershed, which, as you
Fabulous.
understand as a biologist in person, who
Right.
has spoken quite
Oh, my
well
God.
on the degradation of the water quality in the ponds, that goes for miles. It's not 1,500 feet.
Correct,
It's-
correct.
It's as far away as it is, because all the water proceeds to come to ponds.
That's
And it
exactly
runs from
right.
ponds. We all know how the ecosystem works. So we didn't want to go with anything like that. And the last thing we wanted to do, ever, is to affect anybody who has vested rights already established,
Mm-hmm.
because we cannot legally, we would never consider that. I wouldn't do that to my neighbors or my friends. Like I said, I've got multiple generations and relationships in this town. But what this would do, is it would affect the lots that aren't developed, that have seasonal uses on them, that could have negative effects on existing properties.
What I liked that was said, and I was trying to madly take notes about what everybody was saying, but what I liked that you said was the opportunity, if I heard it right, if something is, say ZBA denies it and they're involved in this process, then they could go to the peer review, because then you could talk to someone about a proposal, if I'm understanding this right. Not every proposal is a good proposal, so sometimes they have to be denied. But sometimes if people get together and say, if something is moved a little bit, or have you considered this, or just we heard about this they're composting toilets. I mean, I don't know, I'm making it up. But the point is that having a discussion about how to make a project proposal better is a really important part, to have that ability to have discussion. And it seems to, with the other boards, conservation, et cetera, bringing those minds together could be a really wonderful aspect of this, if it can be worked out in some way. And again, I'm green as grass and dumb as the wind.
And you said it best earlier with your cliche, but it was a wonderful cliche. No one is as smart as all of us.
That's right.
And that's what we're looking to do.
Right.
Let's make this work together, so that's the intent of this.
If an applicant comes in front of, the ZBA, and they get, let's say they're one of the lucky ones and they get granted the variance. So if they're on a private road and they're going to come in front of our board, first of all, they haven't given the ZBA possibly a very good plan. Might be a good plan, but the ZBA doesn't know if it's a good plan or not, because they don't have peer review at the ZBA level. The selectmen don't have peer review if you were in front of the selectmen. The planning board can have peer review. We can get our engineer involved, albeit at the expense of the applicant, but if the planning board is looking at a plan that came from the ZBA after being granted a variance, we're going to have to thumb up it or down it to the selectmen.
Right.
And we might not know if that's a good plan or not. And we're thinking maybe it's not. We're looking at it like, we're asking questions, but we can't get it reviewed.
And maybe...
But we still got to make a decision.
Right. And maybe if a process like this is really worked out with input from neighbors, et cetera, it might even be that before someone even gets their plan together, they could be learning ahead of time with their architect developer about, look, this is the kind of situation this is in, et cetera, so that someone doesn't waste all their time and energy and money, when the reality is, if that developer or whoever had told them at the beginning, then they would have been more educated and their project wouldn't have been brought forth that was perhaps pretty poor. And if we can work together to get more of that education, the way it's written now may not be the right way. I really haven't even...
It might not be, right. And
See what I'm saying?
We get advisory information sometimes from Conservation Commission, but right now we can't do that the way the process works. This board has many times had peer review engineer. We've had this engineer here tonight that basically, we took one of the things that we were looking at and just said, yeah, we're going to table that. We're not going to move forward with that, because we had an engineer's point of view that was something that we all took and said, yeah, now we see that. Conservation can change our mind. Peer review can have a change of our mind. But when we don't have that ability, we're now a planning board that has to then say to the selectmen, yeah, yes or no. Well, when you're always erring on the side of caution, you might make a wrong no. Whereas if you get the peer review engineer, it could be a definitive yes.
Right.
So
this process might have saved us on South Shore Drive.
And that's part of the process too, with the public input. Why we have you here tonight and everybody else is we're trying to get the public's input, because like I said, we're just a bunch of volunteers that are trying to do right for you and everybody else that's out there.
And you've got some brilliant minds sitting behind, with Amy in her lawyer skills and Yost with his, and we've got a pile of good people if we can put our brains together, and hopefully, and I'm not sure the situation that we've had on South Shore Drive, that this would have necessarily helped us, but maybe it could have saved us over $50,000 trying to repair roads from poor development efforts. I don't know, but that's part of the story here, is trying to make sure that, that the community, everyone is really taken care of, and that individual landowners have the rights to their land and they're being well used, and that our lake is being protected, our
I'd like to get
watershed.
the next person, if I
Yes,
could.
because I told you I
We're
would
getting
stop
into the
talking.
10:30
Thank
hour
you.
here.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a suggestion? Come up, so before we listen to him. Can I make a suggestion that we might table or withdraw this article so that, listen to this gentleman, but, and maybe get together with some of the people with their association at the lake to form a committee, and then over the next year, work on something that might help them, you know.
You can definitely make that, let's just hear this one gentleman, and then you can make that motion, Roger?
Yep, I'd like to make that motion.
You want to hear this gentleman first?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. 25 Lilac. One quick question.
25 what?
25 Lilac.
Lilac.
Yeah. I don't like it, but I'm stuck with that. A few years back, when they changed all the road names,
Okay.
I had picked one, and then it was a 2-week meeting, and the next week, they changed it on me, and I didn't show up, so I got stuck with Lilac.
Had you just changed your driver's license too? Had to do it again right after that,
We
like
won't
I
go
had
into
to?
that. All right, so the hour's late. You guys have been answering a lot of questions. I'm going to be brief. Quick question. With the 4 ponds and the 1,500 feet, how many properties are we thinking there are? 10, 100, 1,000?
Off the top of my head, I think there was 10 on Long Pond alone.
Okay.
So it's over 10. It's probably closer to 50 or 100.
50 to 100. Okay, that puts it in perspective.
I don't know exactly, but yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I had some other things I was going to go through. I'm going to cut right to the chase. The way this is worded, and Joe, the engineer, he started this whole conversation off with, it just wasn't worded well.
Right.
It's caused a lot of people to come up here, a lot of anxiety. 2 women before me, I forget her name, the woman in the yellow, she shouldn't have even been here. It didn't affect her.
Not at all, but you couldn't tell that by reading it
Right.
definitively.
So here's
I agree
my
with you.
belief on this is, this could end up being, without the proper wording, this could end up being a back door for somebody putting on a garage, a seasonal dwelling, and a year later, a septic, and then after that, putting in a house that was never supposed to be there, because your starting position in this is that these are properties where you cannot build. This is a backdoor mechanism for getting around the process.
Through the ZBA, I could bring you to a property and show you where that happened, where they put in a garage, got the permission to put it in a garage, and then they're like, we'd kind of like to now put in a septic well and turn it into a residence.
Right.
And ZBA was like, well, we already gave you the garage, but like I had said earlier in the meeting, now you got a garage that can be sold separately, doesn't have a septic, doesn't have a well. Where is the person going to use the facilities?
Right.
And therein lies the problem that's already been happening
Yep.
in this town, and it's creating a health hazard.
Right.
So,
And if we, not to interrupt, but I did.
Yeah.
This starts off, this is a protection ordinance. If it's really a protection ordinance, you don't build. You don't let the people on.
well,
I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just trying
I
to...
understand what you're saying, but that is not the intent of the ordinance, is to
Understood.
stop the building. It's-
Understood.
You can't stop people from building. All you can do is try to get it so that it's the least damaging to the pond
Correct.
as possible.
That's why my first question was, how many properties are we really dealing with? And on average, it's probably 10 to 15 per pond.
Could be.
All right, so as long as going in, we understand, so, and if I understood correctly, they have less than 200 feet and less than 1 acre. Are there any other things that would keep somebody from building on this lot that's currently empty? Does the wetlands come into place? Or is this strictly just a size and frontage issue?
Well, you can't technically build on wetlands, But right now, if, depending on who the engineer is, you bring in somebody that's, nobody knows, the ZBA don't know, we don't know. ZBA don't know if there's wetlands on there, they don't know what wetlands is. And if an engineer says there's no wetlands, and then according to that engineer, there's no wetlands, there is no peer review, there's nobody looking at that any further. So now you're taking one engineer's word, and you're taking the blessing up or down of the ZBA. So, that's it. There's no,
But you can see, so, I don't want, like I said, the hour's getting late, I don't want to, there's no sense debating it, because I know this is going to continue on, and if I hear it right, it sounds like you're going to be pushing this out into next year anyway.
we have a member here that was
With a
about to...
motion coming
That's
up.
about to make that motion. We don't know what the other members are going to do, if anybody's going to second it. We just lost Kevin, but we have Jay, so we still have 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Without me appointing anybody, we have a 7-member vote still.
Okay, so with that,
If you'll allow me to make my motion, and we'll see you in
I'll
the
be back.
subcommittee and next
So
year.
Roger, your motion is going to be what?
I'd like to make a motion that we withdraw that warrant article, or that zoning issue, rather.
And also try to set up some sort of a subcommittee working with...
Subcommittee with the association, so that over the next year, we may be able to have, with their help, bring something that makes sense with the right parameters, the right wording. I think we have an attorney that's in their group that can probably
To simplify it,
help them.
withdraw this on this voting cycle and try to set up a subcommittee.
Correct.
Make it
That's
simple.
my motion, that is correct.
That's simple,
Yes.
okay.
Yep.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second for discussion.
Second for discussion, okay. The second is by Mr. Bergeron.
Mr. Montbleu made a great point about the working with the association. I think we heard testimony tonight that there are...
If they're willing, they would have to be willing. I think we have
They would have to
somebody
be
here.
willing, and we have some board members or some members that are in authority on that association. If we could just get a quick polling, because we spent a lot of time with this. This is something that shouldn't be dropped, in my opinion. It should continue, and probably it's best to be born out of the people who are influenced the most by it. But are they going to, can we get a commitment from that association that they would work? And I see some hands, so for just to hear that, I'd feel good about it, because I don't live there, but I know those people are concerned that do live there. They're concerned about their own property rights, but you should mostly be concerned about what's lending to the degradation of your pond water. That's what you should be concerned with, in my opinion. And if you want to continue this for another year, I'd be happy to table it, vote to table it with Roger.
Yep.
But I would need to know that there's going to be a commitment, because we volunteer our time to help make things better, and it's not a good thing when we work at something and we think we're doing you a favor and it's interpreted as something else. Not a favor, but we're doing you justice.
Can we get a commitment from the chairman of your group? Okay, can you come up for the record?
Is that the chair?
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for coming in and coming to the table multiple times. We need the public.
Okay, all we need to
For
do
the
is
record, we
a
need
quick
your name
statement, your
and address.
name and your position, and a quick statement about your willingness to form a committee.
So my name is Leanne Withrow. I live at 23 South Shore Drive.
Talk a little louder or pull a mic closer, because...
How's this? Better?
Yeah, right up.
Okay, so my name is Leanne Withrow. I live on 23 South Shore Drive in Pelham, and I'm the president of Little Island Pond Association.
Okay.
We have quite a few board members here, but we would definitely be willing to work with you as a subcommittee.
Great.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
All right, we have a commitment, Roger.
Okay, we got it for the record.
So we have a motion and a second for discussion. Is the discussion enough, Jim, to make that motion? The second?
Yeah, I just wanted to make it clear that everyone understands you're going to build your own protection, and we're going to help work with you to implement it.
Come forward, because we haven't closed it to the public yet. And we haven't voted on tabling this yet either, so till I hold that vote.
My question is it possible that the Gumpus Pond Association could be invited? And I don't know that the other two lakes have
We
associations.
don't discriminate, the more the merrier, because somebody might volunteer their time to the town for something else.
Well, your chairman just said that she'd head up, or your group would head up a subcommittee, so it's up to you to invite whoever you want.
Okay, you'd like to do it that way. Super. All right, thank you so much.
Just to clear this up for discussion.
You don't need us to get started on anything. If you want to ransack language from any other town, see if it fits you, because that's what we do. You go and you take what works someplace else and you try to tailor it to your own town.
So what's the process that you'd like us to do? Leanne said yes, we can invite other people. Who are the folks that are on it from here? How do we?
Okay.
That's something we would have to work out. We can't have more than 3 people before it becomes a quorum, so it would probably just be a couple of people, and we might even alternate those people in and out.
Well, why don't you
Otherwise,
folks
we have to have
do your
posted.
magic and then send us the info about what we should do to work with you, and we'll, because I don't want to hold you up here.
Well,
We don't want to
you'd
violate the
contact-
RSA's.
The process is simple, but a year goes by quickly.
Yes,
This board is authorized legislatively to create
subgroups.
subcommittees.
Yeah.
Thank you, subcommittees. So we're going to say, we'll put out through the Evergreen or some form of publication, we'll put out a request for invitation to
Your
become a
subcommittee.
volunteer. That's what we all did. That's what you folks can do. Then you're going to become a subcommittee, establish your own rules, have your own meetings, but you got to come up with something. You probably should try to come up with something that's going to work for all of you. And it's only a year away. That happens overnight. You know how it works.
And will you folks be someone on it?
If you want a representative from the planning board, you certainly would get one or two, yeah.
Oh, yeah, there would be somebody from the
That
planning
makes
board. on
sense.
it.
And you
Absolutely.
would give your reports to Jen
All
so
right,
that she
so
can...
let's stop beating the dead horse for a minute, and we will work with you. I recognize some of the people here, so we'll get together with you. We need to make a vote on this, and we still have a 5th thing that this planning board has to work on.
Thank you so
and
much.
A lot of people probably won't be here when we do that, but our job's not done yet tonight. So, Roger and Jim, we have a motion and a second on the floor.
That lady wanted to speak.
Cindy, is that Cindy? I'm not sure. Is that Cynthia?
Yep.
Okay.
Cynthia Hay, 349 Old Gage Hill Road, Pelham. So I'm in the Harris Pond area. For my full-time residents, I own 3 seasonal properties on Little Island Pond, 2 that have been in my family for well over 100 years. And I just want to say for the record, if anybody thinks that people who own seasonal property are not vested, which are words that I heard, we are vested. We are vested. My family is vested. Many of my relatives are vested around the pond seasonally as well. So they may be non-conforming and they may be seasonal, but they're important to us.
Right.
And some of them may in fact be converted to full-time residents going forward. So thank you for your work, but also for allowing us to make the properties work for us.
Thank you for coming in. All right, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I am also aye. Opposed? Abstain? Okay, so that's a 7-0-0. So we're going to table that for this year, and we're going to implement a subcommittee in conjunction with the Little Island Pond Association and potentially other associations from around the town. And we have one more thing, gentlemen and ladies. 5 is to add a new article to Pelham zoning ordinance, article to be determined. It's a natural resources management ordinance to promote and ensure the orderly development of land within the town of Pelham, to promote public health, safety, and welfare of its residents, and to ensure the future population of the town that essential municipal services, transportation, roads, clean water are available and will have sufficient capacity and quality to accommodate new and future development. And I'm going to try to find that. this paperwork. Bear with me a little bit. Okay, it is a one-page ordinance. I will read it into the record. It's called Natural Resources Management Ordinance, Purpose and Intent. As the town of Pelham grows, the management, use, and preservation of natural resources are paramount in protecting Pelham's rural character. The purpose of this ordinance is to promote and ensure the orderly development of land within the town of Pelham, to promote public health, safety, and welfare of its residents, and to ensure for the future population of the town of Pelham that essential municipal services, transportation, roads, and clean water are available and will have sufficient capacity and quality to accommodate new and future development. Under the authority of RSA 674-35, it is the intent of this ordinance to give the town the ability to protect and/or preserve these resources before any major subdivision and/or commercial business development shall commence. Definitions: natural resources, resources that are drawn from nature and used with few modifications. This includes the sources of value characteristics such as commercial and industrial use, aesthetic value, scientific interest, and cultural value. On Earth, it includes sunlight. I thought we had changed that to in Pelham, not on Earth. That's supposed to say in Pelham. Sorry. In Pelham, it includes sunlight, atmosphere, water, land, and all minerals, along with all vegetation and wildlife. Applicability: the Conservation Commission must have the opportunity to give an opinion to the planning board on the proposed development's natural resource inventory prior to the final approval of the planning board. All major and / minor subdivisions and commercial business developments before any disturbance of land and/or cutting removal of any wooded vegetation can begin. All federal, state, and local permitting must be obtained before approval of it in its entirety. After acceptance of this ordinance, parcels of land that have been clear-cut of 50% or more of the wooded vegetation will be required to wait a period of 5 consecutive years before submitting a plan for development. A 50-foot perimeter buffer of all parcels shall remain undisturbed with exception of the entrance into the property. Small disturbances on the lot will be allowed if needed to collect the data needed for the permitting process, i.e. test pits. Any development under this ordinance must provide proof of sustainable, portable drinking water access for each proposed unit. Any development under this ordinance, the water infrastructure, private well, or community water systems will require a performance guarantee. This performance guarantee will be released upon the infrastructure's successful operation for 1 calendar year after issuance of an occupancy permit. That is the extent of that ordinance, and this ordinance is applying to large parcels of land that would be getting subdivisions on them for residential and/or commercial purposes. I think I'm going to open it straight to the public right away. We lack the engineer because this is dragged on to the wee hours. Is anybody in the public here that would like to comment about the Natural Resources Management Ordinance or ask questions about it? You're here. Did anybody read it? Anybody want to say anything? We all fallen asleep. It's basically just to make it so that developers don't come in and clear cut and give land to Baldy and then come in front of the planning board and say, we want to develop this land, but you don't get to see what we used to have and what you need to protect. So that's this in a nutshell. Seeing no response from the public. Any board members want to do any talking here? Comments, questions? Young lady?
Oh, no.
Hi, how are you?
Am I on? Charlene Takesian, Jeremy Hill Road. I like this ordinance But I wonder if you could add to it something to protect other properties around a development, such as water runoff from a development that, affects people downhill or abutting areas.
Yeah, we do that through site plan review and subdivision regulations. We handle that in the regulations as opposed to the zoning, and there are already state RSAs that govern that has to be done. What we tried to do for the people around it was put that 50-foot perimeter buffer around it so you don't cut the edges of 50 feet on a large parcel, so that you're protecting the neighborhood prior to coming in. And then it gives the neighbors the ability to say, hey, okay, we have that, we'd like to keep that, or we don't need that much, or a little more, a little less.
I understand that, and I'm glad that you're saying that they can't clear cut more than 50% of it, but I know that there's an instance on Sherburne Road where land has been developed uphill, and it's affecting, according to engineers, it's affecting homes downhill.
Yeah.
So, and I don't know if there's anything you can do to protect that, but...
That's kind of what we're trying to do here is, go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, I just wanted to help Charlene with that. Charlene, in every subdivision that we do, our engineers reviews the applicant's engineers' drainage calculations and water. They can't have any more water velocity or water that goes off the property that didn't any more than it did when the property existed with nothing on it. So they can't add anything to it. It can't have any pluses of water coming off of it. So their engineer designs, and it's all state regulated too, right, Tim? The state has regulations on that, so does our town. But then it goes out to our engineer for him to verify what they're saying. So the two engineers agree on it, and then it comes back, and when they build out the subdivision, what you're saying should not happen.
Well, an engineer has told a homeowner that that's a possibility, that the runoff from clear-cutting land uphill, there's no roots to hold the water back, there's no roots from the trees because the trees are all gone, there's no roots to hold the water back or to use the water so the water comes down the hill. So I'm not an engineer, I'm just saying that, a homeowner came to me and as a selectman and asked me about that, so.
So most subdivisions, anywhere that water will go like that to collect, they'll create retention ponds. They'll put aquatic plants in that to, help keep, the pollutants from getting downstream. And it's pretty involved, so.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got it right here, Jen. Yep, okay, thank you.
Bush Hill Road.
All right, so I'm going to close that to the public, seeing as that was the only comment. And we're going to have another public hearing, so we can do that one again, along with the other ones that we did not table.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Joe.
On number 2,
Quick,
when you say...
because we still have we have an applicant that's in front of us, and we still have minutes.
Okay.
So if the board would allow this to the public hearing to be done, and Jen's going to post what we have left for the next public hearing, which will be much quicker because we'll have way less on it. I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm going to move on to what I have here is called item 3, which is case PL 2022-00036. It's Tyler Boisenalt, 27 Bush Hill Road. He's seeking approval of a conditional use permit for a one-bedroom accessory dwelling that will be located on the second floor of an existing two-car garage on a 5+ or minus acre property. And is there anybody here that can represent the applicant? Could you come forward and take the table? For the record, Your name and address?
Hi, I'm Tyler. I live at
Sorry
20
about how long this took, Tyler.
No worries. Can't really control it. I'm Tyler. I live at 27 Bush Hill Road. This is my brother Ryan. He's co-owner of the property.
Okay. All right, so the board has your application here. If you want to, for the public, just give us a quick rundown of what we see. That way the public knows what we're looking at.
So I have the garage. It's already existing. And I'm looking to add an apartment above it. So basically, the stairway is already existing. I got the deck on the back of the garage.
Yep.
And then,
And we're looking at the plan here. It's showing the existing stairs going up. It obviously has a door going into from the garage into it, and you have another way out on the back off the deck.
that's correct.
Those are your two means of egress. And for the square footage of the living space, you have that determined as how many square feet?
900.
Yep. Showing a total of 972. So the apartment up above, and you're also included part of the garage, what's that, the staircase area
Yep.
you're included in? So basically 914 up above. And Danielle, do you have the abutters? listed
Yeah,
in this?
I have I just have to name off the abutters' names, if you don't mind. I couldn't read the small print here, so I just pulled them from the return envelope.
Okay.
So let me just get the abutters' names mentioned, and then we can...
Yep.
So we have Virginia O'Neill Revocable Trust, 6 Griffin Ave, Pelham, New Hampshire. Robert and Joseph Bolio Jr., 29 Bush Hill, Pelham, New Hampshire. John and Norma Del Rego, 28 Bush Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. John, I'm not even going to attempt that. I think it's like Nympher, where, I can't even say that one, and Gifty Walker, 26 Bush Hill Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Donald and Eleanor Foss, 27A Granite Drive, Pelham, New Hampshire. That is that one. Keith Patrick Tibbetts, 29 Bush Hill Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Oh, I see that this.
64.
Elaine Palmo, 30 Bush Hill Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. I'm reading off the return receipts. And William Pitts, 24 Bush Hill Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Obviously, Ryan and Tyler Boysenalt, did I say that correctly? 27 Bush Hill Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. And Robert Yamo Revocable Trust, 21 Bush Hill Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. And that should be all. That should be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you, yep.
Approximately how far off of Bush Hill Road is the house and the existing garage? Don't have to be real accurate. I mean, you live there, is it 100 feet or 200 feet? It's a 5-acre lot, so it's hard for us to
Yeah.
tell.
Between 100 or 200, somewhere in there.
So is are the buildings highly visible from Bush Hill Road, or barely visible, or not at all?
In the summertime, it's not very visible. It's more visible in the winter when the leaves are gone.
Okay. Reason why we're asking is if it were close to the road and you could see it, 25, 50 feet, like some of the newer homes, then we'd like to see what it's going to look like and make sure that it looks like something that's blending in. You're pretty far back off the road, so I don't think that's going to come into play as much. Normally, the board likes to have a visual of what it's going to look like. You know, if you had a picture of the garage, it's already there, right?
Yep.
So, all right. So that's really not that much of an issue anyways. Do board members have questions for the applicant? Is your, go ahead, Joe.
Is the garage on the bottom going to remain a garage, or is that going to get finished off?
Same garage, right?
Yeah.
You don't have any plans for it, just the
You have no
garage.
plans for it?
Yeah.
So on this, it says it's 30 by 40, so that's 1,200 square feet, but on your plan, you said it's 972? How do you get to 972?
So that's a livable space.
Can you say that again?
He says it's a livable space, but the garage dimensions is 30 by 40, which is 1,200.
Oh, upstairs.
The planning department's going to review this anyways, right?
Yeah, the building inspector has already reviewed it. He doesn't have to include the calculations for entryways or unlivable area, so that's where the building inspector confirmed that he meets all of that criteria.
So the garage, you can have cars parked in there?
Yep.
So the garage is going to have to get finished off, right? The walls and ceilings? This has to be fireproof because you have a living dwelling above?
Right. Yeah, and the building inspector will make sure that they fireproof that.
So instead of the half-inch board, you can have to use 5-piece fireboard, right? So he'll go through that, right?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yep.
I have a question about the septic system. Are you putting the new septic system in, or are you using the existing system?
We were planning on using the existing.
Okay, so we would need confirmation that the existing system is in good working condition.
Okay.
As part of your building permit.
Okay.
Okay.
So, along those lines, so you're going to put the plumbing underground all the way to the tank? It looks like it's downstream of the other house, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so that's what, it's all going into one tank.
Yep.
Okay, I'm good.
Jen, the approval of construction of the individual sewage disposal system that we have in the packet,
Yep.
that says that it's approved for 3-bedroom home and a 1-bedroom ADU.
Right.
What does the home presently have now? Do you have 3 bedrooms in the house now?
Correct.
And I did verify with assessing, too, that it was listed as 3 bedrooms.
What's that?
I did verify with assessing records that it is a 3-bedroom home
Okay.
with
Yep.
the one, and so this should be adequate.
All right.
So Jen, question for you, with the approval for construction is for the potential, for the approval for construction is for the potential in the event that is that how you see it?
Yeah, in the event that the current system were to fail, then they would have to put this in.
Yeah. Do you know the, is the accessory dwelling unit already exist? Did somebody ask that question? Does the garage already exist?
It is.
And do you know what, did you build a house, the original house?
The house is existing from 1918.
19 what?
1918.
So, to get your question answered, he's going to need an evaluator.
Right, he's going to have it inspected, and somebody will have to give us confirmation that that existing system's in good working condition, and if it weren't, they would have to install this.
So you saw the planning director's comments, right? So
No,
you
he
don't-
hasn't.
Oh, he hasn't seen it?
No. I wrote this for this board.
This is new?
Yeah, I mean, other than Kerry, I believe Kerry reached out to you guys about some information that we were looking for, but you weren't able to get that in time for this meeting.
Correct, yeah.
So she did tell him what was on here, but they didn't get a copy of this.
Yeah. So, Jim just asked me to take the chair temporarily. I'm not going to walk over there. I'll just do it from here. So you understand that those requirements are subject to approval, right?
Okay.
All right. It's typical of all of these applications. I understand that the lot is 5 acres, and I'm not looking at any great slopes here. It's pretty flat, isn't it? The topography looks pretty flat. I mean, it ranges from 186 to 206. It's not a whole big, there's not a whole lot of slope angle, so it's not a sloping lot. It's not over the percentage slope that it's not over at 20%. It's not over that.
Right, and I think you're right. It's just more of a consistency matter that we just want to make sure that they answer these questions.
Yeah, right.
So we did reach out to the engineer that they used for this plan, which I think is Benchmark. So he's gone now, but.
Yeah, he's gone, so, but that's it, yeah. So with that being said, where did we leave this? Madam Secretary, where are we in, are we ready to act on this?
I think it needs to be accepted for consideration first.
Right, we got to
have
take
to- yep.
it. So I'll make a motion to accept it for consideration.
All right, we have a motion, a second to accept for consideration. Second by Mr. Balapka. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, one abstention. Timmy's not here. I'm going to temporarily appoint Mr. Sawtelle. Would you take a vote on this, please?
Sure. I would say aye.
All right, so it's unanimous aye. Mr. Sawtelle stepped in for Tim Doherty while he was away from his task. So now,
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman, to accept this, to approve the plan.
with the conditions that
Conditions that our planning director has stated.
okay, we have a motion to accept the plan with the conditions set forth by the planning director. Do we have a second?
Second motion.
Mr. Balapka, second that motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
You're not voting right now, Mr. Sawtelle is. Oh, that's unanimous, 7-0-0.
Yeah.
What happened?
Oh, no, Kevin's up. Kevin's not here.
Mr. Bergeron
Jay-
is...
oh, Jay- hi,
Yeah,
Jay.
Mr. Bergeron.
Sorry, Jay.
automatically
Get the
moves.
sheetrock ready.
All right, Mr. Chairman, it's all yours. You have a unanimous vote to accept plans for consideration, not for consideration, for acceptance with the conditions that the planning director pointed out earlier to the applicant.
So you accepted the plan for consideration,
And they approved
It's
it.
done and approved,
and you approved it? Okay,
Yeah.
with condition.
with
Not
conditions.
too long.
Condition is an evaluator certify that the septic system now is working, and, it's not a threat to,
Thank you, Jim.
it's a working system.
Sounds good. So you're approved.
Yep. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience tonight with the public meeting.
Thanks for
Thank
sticking
That must have
with
been
it.
excruciating for you. I hate to do this, gentlemen, but we still have minutes. You want to get
Good
them out of the
night,
way
guys.
tonight, or you want to wait till the next meeting? They're,
Minutes?
Next meeting.
I make a motion, Mr. Chairman, that we accept the minutes for approval, that we approve the minutes
Yeah, approve the minutes as written.
as written, yep.
We have a motion to approve the minutes as
Oh,
written.
Hold
Hold
on.
his hand up.
Hal, you have changes, proposed changes? Jimmy, could you put the mic in front of Hal?
All right, it's line 54,
Yes.
and you're talking about the man door. I think it meant to be the main door, so just wanted to add an I in there. All right, will be a main door on the side.
A man door is considered to be the walk-in door, Hal, as
Well,
opposed to
the
the
man
overhead
door,
doors?
that's the one you walked through without opening it. So, but we're not doing that. We're doing the main door, you're going to keep it.
Okay, so you do want to change that to main, all right.
Okay, and then on line 72, well, I guess you have to help me with this one. Let me read it. So, Mr. Dory asked if the board voted to approve this permit. Could we do that with a notation of them showing the non-hydrate soils don't exceed, question mark, don't exceed what?
I believe it was 45,000, right? Is it 45,000 square feet?
Might be, I don't know.
I think so.
Yeah, I believe you're right.
But Ms. Beauregard said yes, they can work with them on that.
Referring to the same thing, it says 45,000 square feet.
All right, and you'll figure that out, right?
Oh, yeah, right. It's in the motion, see if you, so it is 45,000 square feet. I can add that.
Okay. Okay.
Or I'll have Jennifer add that, but, okay.
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 I make a motion that we accept the minutes as written, as
Approve the minutes?
amended by,
Approve the
Al?
minutes.
Pardon me?
Approved, not accept.
Approved, I'm sorry.
Approve the minutes
As
as amended.
amended, approved it.
We have a
Second.
motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Joe. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm also aye. Opposed? Abstained?
Abstain.
So that is a 6-0-1.
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we
Minutes have
adjourn
been
for the
approved.
evening.
We have a motion to adjourn.
I would like to do something before you adjourn.
Yep.
What was that?
I would like to do something before you adjourn, sorry.
Okay.
So, Selectman Bergeron, tomorrow on our agenda, we are going to be looking back in the past where on warrant articles, we used to show the tally of the vote, and for whatever reason, we stopped doing that. I would like to bring it back.
Yeah.
So I would just like this board, if they have a chance to discuss it, and possibly vote on supporting it or not supporting it,
Okay.
just so I can bring it to my board tomorrow.
All right.
I'd like to make a motion, we support that. That is the purview of the selectmen, though, to do that. I believe that is your authority.
Right, but he's just looking for us to give it a blessing. So are you making a motion that
I'll second it.
you recommend to the selectmen that they put that on there?
Yes, I'm thankful that they're doing that.
Yeah, me too.
So I make a motion to approve the selectmen.
So we have a motion on the
I
floor. Do we have?
second that
We have a
motion.
second by Joe or Bruce?
Second.
Yep,
Yep.
so we have a second.
Yep.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 I'm also aye. Jay, are you voting?
I guess I'll abstain, I guess.
You abstain? Okay, that's a 6-0-1 vote. So you have the blessing of the board to put that back on?
I think that'll be appreciated by the voters,
Yep.
Mr. Selectman.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And,
I'd like to make a motion that we adjourn for the evening, Mr. Chairman.
we have a motion on the floor. Does anybody want to second that?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn. Second was by Joe. All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm also aye. Opposed? Abstained? 7-0.